after the meeting so I know what actually.
Okay, then we'll start. Okay. All right, we'll get started, please. Welcome to the regular City Council meeting. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Edgar.
Here.
Councilmember Gross.
Here.
Councilmember Kusamoto.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Hasselbrink. Here. Mayor Murphy.
Here. I'm scheduled to lead the Pledge of Allegiance, but we have a real American hero with us today, and we're going to ask Brigadier General Mark Toy, who's a Commanding General, South Pacific Division of the Army Corps of Engineers, and recent NBC star, to lead us. Thank you, General.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please stay standing for the invocation.
Our gracious Heavenly Father, we just thank you so much for the freedom that we have today to assemble together. We ask that you guide us in making our decisions, keep our agendas in check, and our discussions useful. Be with those who are protecting us, both in our city and around the world. Heal those that need your touch, and speak to those who need to hear from you. We ask all these things in your precious name. Amen.
Amen. We'll do the roll tide cheer silently. Okay, a little housekeeping before we begin. You'll notice we've changed some seating up here today. I want to thank both of my colleagues to my left who were both gracious enough to say, put me wherever you want. Warner and I decided Troy has a little more seniority, and so he will take this seat, and this way two of us can watch you instead of one, which is always important.
Very important.
Okay, please join me for the presentations. Standing at attention here, Dean. There's enough of
There.
We knew you had enough hot air in there. Okay, we get to start with a thank you to our neighbors at Arrowhead. If they'd come up and join us, please. I just saw, there they are. David Bender, Richard Weatherford, and James Geringswald. Okay. Okay, Corey's going to present you this, but first of all, let me thank you. You know, this is a really wonderful event. It's grown in leaps and bounds, and with your help, we're able to have it free for all the families in Los Alamitos to come and join us. Let me have Corey make a presentation here of a photo array.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gentlemen, thank you very much, and welcome to the community. On behalf of the City of Los Alamitos and the Los Alamitos Chamber of Commerce, we'd like to present you with a photo collage of what took place at our Winter Wonderland event early in December. Thanks to Arrowhead Products for coming in as our presenting sponsor this year. Your donation definitely made all the world to us. We were able to do 25 tons of snow, 4 sled runs, more than 4,000 kids and families, and 30 vendors, and like the mayor said, everything was free of charge. So we thank you very much. The collaboration between all the businesses and the Chamber of Commerce and the city really makes this happen. So thank you very much. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
We also have the certificate of recognition.
Resignation. I just got here.
Freudian slip on my part. But thank you again for all you do. Would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Well, let's see. I've been now part of Arrowhead Products for about a year and a half, believe it or not, and grew up in Southern California, moved away to Seattle, and now I'm back here. So it's a pleasure to be back in the Los Alamitos area, in the Orange County area, and where I grew up, and hopefully we'll continue to contribute long into the future. And I also want to recognize the owners of the business, the Benenson family, who really stepped up with this contribution as well.
Thank you. Thank you. it's nice when we had a tour of your office, you can actually feel the pride in your place of work. So you guys are setting a great tone, and it was really impressive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. If Emily, Sydney, and Kayla would join us, please. These young ladies were named All-American to the All-American Marching Band. The band features the top 125 marching band members from across the country. Only one high school got 3 members. And since I'm mentioning it, you can probably guess it's Los Al High. We're very, very proud of you. The ladies were nominated by the band director, Tom Plunkett, who couldn't be here tonight because of a conflicting school board meeting. But they received an all-expense trip during Bowl Week to San Antonio, where they also received instruction from top collegiate, high school, and drum and bugle corps instructors from across the country. Very proud of what you were able to accomplish. We're sure you'll keep going. And in addition, Kayla received a special event. If the general would come up as a proud father in this time and explain what the award was.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Mayor Murphy, honorable members of the council, to being with old friends. And we thank you, Mayor, for highlighting the wonderful accomplishments of these 3 young ladies that I was able to see along with my wife, May, and also Emily and Sydney's parents, mother, Laura, who just stood up and took the picture. Good job. But we were really honored that Kayla was mentioned here and also honored with the Calvin Titus Award, which is an award given to the marching band member for excellence in community service, academic pursuits, musical talent, as well as marching. And more than anything, the reason why we were proud is it's a testament to the city of Los Alamitos and the board members and everything that we as constituents in Los Alamitos do in the city. My wife and I, Army family members, have been in the Army for 28 years. And when we finally got assigned to the Southern California area, we chose Los Alamitos because of excellence in all the endeavors that I just talked about. And so because we wanted to live here, we wanted to live in Los Alamitos, Kayla's success, Emily's success, Sydney's success is because of the great city that we live in. So Mayor, I want to thank you and the council members for just creating a wonderful city. We made the right choice when we bought our house here, and we're incredibly proud of all the girls and what they did. These are the stars of Los Alamitos, and I know they represented their city very well. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I know, I'm glad you did that, Mayor, because if I tried to get May up here, she would give me the hand.
Recently, we had a contest. For each neighborhood has a holiday decorating contest, and we have some of the winners here today. Michelle Perkins, Tanya Bowen, and Melvin Boating, please come up. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You know, the reason we wanted to recognize, in fact, I guess somebody's in the way, but we wanted to recognize the joy that the work that they do to beautify our neighborhoods during the Christmas season. Really, you guys really go all out and bring a lot of the holiday spirit to the city. So we thank you all. And we also have certificates for all of you. Tanya's down the end. Thank you. No, they're going to take your picture right there. Thank you. Keep up the good work. Okay. We also wanted to thank, as you know, Chief Mattern. Today is his last day. I assume that's why many of you are here. But it also means we have to get a new police chief. And we had 4 citizens step up and spend 2 days interviewing potential candidates for us, and we wanted to recognize them for their efforts. We have Emil George, Rob Feldman, please come up, Lieutenant Colonel Tom Lasser, and Nisi Stewart. You want to, Emil? There you are. We're gonna let the birthday girl who wants to speak as little as possible have the microphone. It's a birthday, you know.
It was quite an honor to be a part of this committee and to make sure that Los Alamitos got the right person to serve us, and the new chief coming in has some big shoes to fill, coming in after Todd, but we felt very confident that we made the right decision.
Thank you. Tom's going to be back up. Rob, would you like to say something?
I think that what really says it in the city of Los Alamitos is not only do the council people and everybody involve the constituents, it's been continued over the years. And I think that, and we were just talking about it over here, all of our police people, because I won't say men or women, they all are college degrees. And that is the only municipality in all of Orange County that can say that. And that is amazing in our city of Los Alamitos. And so the 4 of us, and I think we can all agree, we really took it seriously, and you guys had fabulous candidates, and that's why we was saying we feel the best one came to pass. So, thank you.
Thank you. Emil?
I'll be short and sweet, and I'll echo what both other committee members mentioned. It was an honor to just be part of the process, and whatever small part we played, it was great to work with Nisi and Tom, and just the whole crew was fantastic. So it was a wonderful experience, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you all. Thank you. Hey, thank you. Okay. All right. Chief, if you join us now, I know how much you're looking forward to this. The city gave me a whole page of stuff to say about you, but we're not going to go that route. All the officers are here. Welcome, gentlemen. No ladies today. Chief has been with us as chief now for 12th year, correct?
Almost 9 as the chief.
Okay, we'll give you 12 as you're going out, you know. A bonus. But 9 as a chief, 30 years as almost. I'm almost correct today. So, but mostly I want to say, you know, we've had, as you all know, turnover in these 2 seats, almost like an annual thing. But we had stability at the police department at the top, where you and the 2 captains were together for 9 years. And he wants to correct me again, but he's too nice to do so. But I really believe that the city we have today, in a large part, is because of you. You know, if you called Central Casting and said, send us a police chief, here's what would show up. Steely gray hair, John Wayne Gate, and Okay. Very few people argue when you're complimenting them. I've noticed. No, and a Dodger fan, we still like him. But he did wear the Angel shirt though when he lost the bet, right? So a good sport on top of it. Chief, we're going to miss you. Thank you for all you did for the city.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to make my comments real short to avoid being emotional. I thought I could get through this just fine until all these guys walk in here, and they're just the best group of men and women to have in a police department. But I am just very, very grateful for the opportunity this city gave me when they hired me as a police officer at 20 years old, almost 30 years ago. Los Alamitos is just a great place to enjoy a career. It has been full of rewards, and I really appreciate the support from the City Council and from this great community, so thank you.
Yes, this moment will not end. We're going to ask Councilman Edgar to present you this tile from the city.
9 years ago, I had the opportunity with Councilmember Gross to actually be on the council when he was promoted to police chief, and there was a lot of instability in the city. And I remember Todd taking the position saying, "Hey, look, if I take that, can I always go back to the field?" And I'm like, "No, no." I also serve with Todd on the Casa Youth Shelter Board, and he is my running partner in all the races around here, and his wife actually kills both of us in her marathons. But Todd, the council, the city is really going to miss you, and on behalf of the City Council, we just wanted to thank you for all of your effort, and we'll miss you, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to keep it really brief, too, because I'm kind of still in denial about this. But this is a good man. This is a good leader. He's a good community member. And I would honestly say your only fault is your choice of baseball teams. But we'll get over that. But just thank you. Thank you for pouring your life into this. Thank you for pouring your phenomenal family into this. And we're just going to miss you.
Thank you. I'll miss you as well.
We've had the opportunity to share not only in the city but also with Rotary and on a number of community events. I can't think of anyone in the city that stands as tall as you do. And we are going to, nice try. We are going to miss you, and we expect you to continue to come around, and I think the city manager's here to take your badge and your gun. But thanks again for all that you've done for the community. It's been above and beyond.
Warren?
Okay, well, Chief, I don't have the same history as the others, but I do know that the legacy this man's going to leave is right here in this room, and I had a chance to do it right along with one of them. And one thing about the city is that he and his team have picked good officers, and we're in very good hands. They are out there in the community. They love us, and I know I love them. So anyways, thank you, Todd, for all that you've done and all that you've brought to the city. And, like I always say, happy trails to you. We'll see you again.
Thank you.
And
I get one more chance, or maybe another chance next week to talk about Todd, but I can't say enough about everything that he's done for this community, this city. Great community member, dedicated, diligent, professional. There's nobody more professional in the field than this man right over here. Nobody that cares more about the city of Los Alamitos and instills that in everyone in the organization. So in spite of being a Dodger fan, I want to thank him on behalf of all the staff, all the employees of the police department, the city council, and myself, both professionally and personally. I am proud to say that he's become one of my best friends in a 2-year period, and we'll miss you a great deal.
We have several representatives here today who would also like to say a word. Augustine, representing Senator Janet Wynn's office.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Janet Wynn, I'd like to thank you for your 30 years of service to the community of Los Alamitos, and we look forward to your next endeavor.
Thank you. And thank the senator for it.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And from Assemblyman Travis Allen's office, Colin Edwards.
On behalf of Assemblyman Allen and the entire state legislature, I know we can say that you've been a great friend to our office, you and your entire police department staff. So thanks for everything you did for the community, and best wishes in retirement. Congratulations.
Please, thank you.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. And from Supervisor Janet Wynn's office, Jeremy Tran. Sorry. Michelle Steele, who did I say? Oh, I'm sorry. Janet's doing 2 jobs, I guess.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Mayor, council member. On behalf of Supervisor Michelle Steele, I would like to congratulate outgoing Chief Todd for your retirement. Thank you so much for your contribution to the community and your services. And congratulations, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, unless your officers want to say something. Oh, please do, please do.
You know, I just want to acknowledge my family who's sitting here in the front row. We've got my wife Rosalia, my son Bobby, my daughter Angela, and my wife's parents, David and Natty.
Thank you. Unless the officers are going to say something, which I'm sure you've already told them they can't. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. You guys could give me 1 second. I brought the wrong script up here for the next one, so. Lieutenant Colonel Lasser, please join us again. Thank you, sir. Doing double duty tonight. Before I began my background research into Colonel Lasser, I had no idea he was such a war hero. In my research, I found he was a master Army aviator with over 6,000 flying hours, including more than 1,000 helicopter missions in Vietnam and almost 1,800 combat flying hours. His military decorations include the Distinguished Flying Cross, the Purple Heart, Legion of Merit, Air Medal with 35 oak clusters, Meritorious Service Medals, the Bronze Star, among many others. Very impressive, sir.
Are we reading my obituary?
No, you're like the chief was wondering, you're still alive. Tom is literally a lifelong military man, having been born at Selfridge Air Force Base, or Air Base in Michigan. After his combat duties, Tom transferred to the California Army National Guard, where he served 33 years in a variety of positions, including a 3-year tour with the governor's Los Angeles office. We know him best as a Southern California Legislative Liaison Officer for the California Guard. He's been keeping us with Dean apprised of what's happening on the base for many years. This February, Tom will be honored as the Americana Man of the Year for Los Alamitos. Since I've been talking all day, Councilman Edgar is going to explain the Americana Award to you.
So every year, Cypress College, which is North Orange County Community College District, every year they have their biggest fundraiser, and this year is the 41st annual fundraiser. All of us on the council and everybody in the community, I'm looking around, there's a lot of us that are part of it, and there's a lot of people that are recipients for this award. This award basically for 8 of the communities in the North Orange County Community College District, each community picks somebody to be their Man of the Year. We are very pleased on behalf of Los Alamitos and Rossmore that we've named Tom Lassert as our Man of the Year. So I'd like to give him a hand first. To give the mayor a little bit more of a break, I would just, a shameless plug, February 28th is the Americana Awards. You can get in touch with the city or the college, and it's an opportunity to get dressed up, come to a really nice event. They have silent auctions, and basically the fundraiser is to help raise money. It's their biggest fundraiser to help kids to pay for college. They provide scholarships to the community. You know, like I said, I don't want to single out a couple in here because there may be more Americana winners, but I see at least 2 right here that have won the honor, and you know, in our community it's a big deal, you know, to be able to kind of get up there with all the different cities and presented by the mayor. So I would ask anybody in the community, if you're interested in being a part of the Americana Awards, it's February 28th, a very nice event at the Disneyland Hotel, and you can get in touch with our city manager if you're interested. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeremy, would you come up, please?
Again, one more time, on behalf of Supervisor Michelle Steele, I would like to present this certificate of recognition, and thank you so much for your service to the country, and to the city of Los Alamitos. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. To the man you probably work closest with, right here.
Tom, if I can take a second, we go back a long way as a relationship to the Joint Forces Training Base. I think Brigadier General Portanti was the general at the base at the time we kind of crossed paths, and I've got to tell you that there's no man left in Los Alamitos that knows where the bones are, and the bodies are buried in relationship to Joint Forces Training Base. Tom has been the tour guide for the tours over at the base in concert with me for the last decade plus. And if you want to know something about Joint Forces Training Base and the square acreage, as he calls it, the little military oasis, he knows everything there is to know over there, and I'm honored to call him my friend. He continues, you know, you can take the boy out of the country where we can get the man retired out of the military, but we can never get the military out of the man. So he comes back with hours upon hours upon hours of volunteer service to help the base with the legislative efforts, with the community efforts. Just a super individual, and I'm so glad that we're going to be honoring you. Thank you.
Few words?
I really appreciate this. I got here in 1991 not knowing what I was going to get into. Spent 10 years at the base, then a 3-year tour of the governor's office in Los Angeles. Came back, retired about 4 or 5 years ago, finally hanging up the uniform. But I don't live in Los Alamitos, but this has become my second home. I've made a lot of friends here on the base, with the city, with the Chamber of Commerce, Johnny, Judy, and Josh, with the community, including Ray LeComp. But I found a mission in life, and that was to bring the community closer to the military and the base closer to the community. And I really appreciate General Toy being here, who's a resident of Rossmore, right? I feel at home having somebody here in uniform. But this is quite an honor. I felt like I was the unofficial ambassador between the community and the base, and I think to a great degree it's worked. And I'll keep doing it as long as my wife lets me.
Thank you. You have to move into the middle now, Dean. You know, we, in honoring Tom, we also thought that our own Dean Gross spends countless hours at the base, contributing above and beyond his his normal duties here as on the council. Two council members mentioned at the last meeting that even though at Major General Tetu's goodbye party, there were a very impressive 7 generals, 2 members of Congress, and General Tetu still took time to recognize the work that Dean does. Didn't really mention anybody else, and went on and on about just how great Dean has been at his job. And a little biographical note, Dean has been the chairman over at the board of the 175-member Regional Affairs Committee, and also served 2 years as chairman of the Legislative Affairs Committee of Western Orange County. So we know we don't have to ask you if you'd like to say a few words.
It's been a delight and a pleasure to help the community with relationships at the base. We have a fabulous facility over there that most people don't know. It's kind of like a hidden gem or oasis, as Tom would say. A lot of great things coming up at the base, a lot of things that really are going to impact our community. And watch the news, because they're going to be coming out here in the coming years in the process. But it's been a distinct honor on behalf of the council and the community, the Chamber of Commerce, to volunteer to do that job. And I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, well, almost. Lacey just showed up, right? Oh, I didn't see you. I'm sorry. We're gonna bring up Lacey Shane, who last time she was here was Lacey Kelly. So, thank you. Let us put the podium back together for your presentation.
Ready for me to start?
Please.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for having us this evening. I was called by your staff to share with you what the ACCOC has been up to in 2015. So I just want to come and share with you what we've been doing and what we've done for your city. I have some handouts here, if I could give them to you. Just a couple extra for you, Brett, and your staff. Okay, so I think most of you know that we've been in existence for 5 years, and what we really have tried to do is bring services and benefits that are unique to Orange County's needs, local government needs, both elected officials and city staff. And what we've really tried to do is take a deep dive into the policy issues that impact you, and we've specifically carved out a niche for ourselves in terms of regional advocacy. Meaning that there's a lot of effort at the state level among the league and contract cities, and of course ourselves as well, because we're the only organization that only represents Orange County's voice. But there was a city voice lacking at the regional level with government agencies such as SCAG, AQMD, and the Water Resources Control Board. So what I want to share with you tonight is some of the victories we've had on behalf of Orange County cities in the last year. This went to your staff with your dues invoice for the year. And the first thing I would point out is the stormwater regulations. You know, when these regulations come out, they're often inches deep, and there aren't a lot of people that spend a lot of time looking at all the regulations getting passed by regional agencies that impact cities, but we do have staff that does that. And they uncovered some egregious things in the stormwater regulations that would have added hundreds of thousands of dollars of expenses in legal fees and staff costs and human resource practices that we felt were overburdensome and expensive. So we were able to, at the staff level, get that overturned. That actually was led by our city manager committee, so we never had to really enact political force among our elected officials within Orange County, but huge win there for Orange County cities last year. We also ran a bill last year that is still running its course, AB 1454, and that's the second thing on your list. If we can get that passed, it'll save $70 million for Orange County cities. It has to do with the California Ocean Plan, and you know what, I have to be honest, it's very complex, and I'm not what I would call a policy wonk, but it has to do with the way waste is handled in Orange County and some new regulations having to do with plastic bags. So we were having some success with that. Assemblyman Don Wagner is carrying the legislation for us. It got waylaid in some obscure committee, I would call shenanigans at the state level, but it's on a 2-year track, and we're still committed to that fight. The Regional Transportation Plan and Sustainable Community Strategy, this is a document put together by SCAG every 4 years. Again, we're working with OCOG, OCBC, OCTA, and BIA because there's several things in that document, and I think, again, this is probably more at a staff level where this would be more common knowledge, but the plan that they have put forth contains erroneous information in it in terms of our future projections. If you know anything about that, you know Cal State Fullerton puts out our future population projections, and SCAG and their staff had completely false information in their plan, and we're still working actually on getting that taken out. What we have had agreed to from SCAG's executive director is that our attorney from Best and Krieger will be crafting language that will protect you from some of the unrealistic expectations of that document, and we're still working on that, but that is not costing Orange County cities any money. Our attorney is doing that for Orange County cities. We updated the model landscape ordinance. That was updated state law this year. Our attorneys and policy professionals put together a model ordinance that nearly every city in Orange County has adopted. Again, saving hundreds of thousands of dollars for Orange County cities. So think of it this way: instead of 34 cities engaging the services of an attorney and someone to write the ordinance, we did it once and put it out to all the cities, saving all of our cities significantly. There's a list of additional efforts, but I understand my time is limited, so I just want to call out some additional things that the City of Los Alamitos specifically took advantage of. We have customized legislative tracking, and we spent quite a bit of time with your staff customizing searches, and I believe even Councilmember Hasselbrink, to make sure you got the information on specific pieces of legislation that you were looking to track on a minute-by-minute basis. We've done research through our research department for eHub and for information that you all wanted. We continue to have a partnership with Cal State Fullerton that provides free staff training every month. That's a value of $15,000 per year. Our board recently voted not to do dinner programming anymore. We're going to go with breakfasts and lunches, and so that means all our evening program is completely free. The only thing currently on the books that we're charging for is our infrastructure tours, which are highly popular. We'll have 4 of those this year. We've started to do housing town halls, and we're also looking at the sober living homes issue as well as short-term rentals. All of those are huge issues impacting all Orange County cities. We have groups working on each one of those, and I brought tonight with me Diana Coronado, who was our legislative manager, that can talk a little bit more about what we're doing with the sober living homes issue, but that is an issue for every city in Orange County, and it's really starting to ramp up. So we are helping with that. We're working with the Children and Families Commission on the EDI, that stands for Early Childhood Development Index. What that does is it studied, again, Children and Families Commission studied children 5 years old in kindergarten across the entire county, the health of those children, and that has future implications for the planning of cities, where the pockets are of children who are struggling. There's an implication for how healthy the families are with the children who are struggling, and what cities can do to plan their futures to accommodate the needs of those children. We have a task force working on that. And early this year, we will have finished a model climate action plan for the cities that don't have one and don't have the staff resources to go ahead and develop one. So those are the immediate issues we're working on. There's a lot of other things we do too, but unless there's any questions, I'd like to ask Diana to come up and talk to you about our sober living homes activities.
Thank you.
Is that okay?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, council members. Thanks for having us this
Welcome.
evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Diana Coronado, the Legislative and Member Services Manager for the Association of California Cities. And I've had the pleasure to work with your staff and a lot of your council, the council as well. And like Lacey mentioned, I'll keep my comments brief, but we are going to be dedicating a significant amount of time on the sober living homes and sober living facilities issue this year. Obviously, it's been an issue that's been challenging for cities for decades now. We have been able to partner with Senator Patricia Bates and Assemblymember Bill Breaux, who have spearheaded a sober living homes task force for the county. We've already had a first meeting with stakeholders, and they asked us to hold a meeting with our city managers and city attorneys, which both your city attorney and city manager were at, and we had a really robust conversation. We had over 50 people in attendance from the county representing their cities. We hope to work with them to find legislation at the state level to combat some of the challenges we've been seeing at not only the consumer level to make sure we're providing the best patient care for the sober living attendees, but we're also making sure that we're going to try to manage regulation and give local control to our cities for the sober living homes in their communities. And that's just the beginning and the tip of the iceberg. We're looking to not only solve this at the legislative level, but also at the regulatory level as well. And if you have any questions, please let me know. We're also, of course, tracking the legislation that will be introduced this year, and hopefully we'll be introducing something with the senator and the assembly member for the 2016 legislative year to help the cities. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No. Okay. Thank you.
Rich. One thing I would say also with the ACCOC is we're very appreciative of the support that you gave us through tracking the Assembly Bill 355, which is the restructuring of Rivers and Mountains Conservancy, and helping us to get a victory and remain a seat on that when they were trying to remove Orange County from that board. So thank you.
Okay, the final presentation will be by Division Chief Ken Cruz of the Orange County Fire Authority. Welcome, Chief.
Thank you, Mayor Murphy, Council, fellow staff members. Tonight I get the pleasure of rolling out a new smartphone application for the citizenry here in Los Alamitos and Rossmore. The application that I'm going to be rolling out is Pulse Point, and it's available for anybody that has a smartphone, and it was made possible by a grant through Hoag Hospital and the Orange County Fire Foundation. So what Pulse Point intends to do is to increase the chain of survival. And what it does is it alerts the citizenry to people in need of CPR in the community. So it will, once you start the chain going here, if you are CPR trained, you can actually sign up on the application, and it will show you where CPR is necessary. There's also a piece of the application also that will show you where the nearest AED, automatic external defibrillator, is located. It shows me right now, if I pull mine up, that there's one right here at City Hall. So, yes, right across there. So it goes through the dispatch system, and then I'll show you it hopes to increase the piece of survival where we are responding, and the citizens can really increase the early CPR and early defibrillation. So that's what we're hoping to do with this. When you, the chain of survival there for the American Heart Association shows you that those are the two key pieces to people's survival, even beyond what we bring with the defibrillators, is that early CPR and early defibrillation. Excuse me. So what we're hoping to do with this then is have more people sign up, and as you see from the screen there, it will actually show you, you can sign up for different areas that are subscribed to, and we are here today, if you were to pull it up, it's OCFA Division 1, and that covers the city of Los Alamitos and the community of Rossmore, and it will show you active emergency incidents in the city. And due to HIPAA laws and privacy, it will just show you that there is a medical emergency. But if you are nearby, it will also let you know if there is CPR needed. So all of this comes to you free on the app, and anybody can sign up. And we're just hoping that everybody will sign up, especially those that are CPR trained. You can just go onto the website there for PulsePoint, and it's www.pulsepoint.org. And we will be happy to entertain any questions at this time that you may have.
Thank you.
Yeah. I kind of pushed this back when Warren was on the Fire Authority, and this app is absolutely amazing. And to kind of carry on a little bit about what the chief said, what it does, if you know CPR and you're willing to let your GPS system on your phone know where you are, if a sudden cardiac arrest occurs within a quarter mile of where you presently are, anywhere in Division 1, so it doesn't have to be just Los Alamitos, it will alert you. And in cardiac arrest, rapid response and initiation of CPR is extremely critical. Obviously, if there's an AED present, that's the next part of the chain of survival moving forward. At 6:34, it alerted that there was a traffic accident at Beach and at 21st Street in Westminster. Looking back at 4:01, there was a medical emergency on Green Avenue. One of the unique things is that if you touch that particular item, it brings up a map, and you can actually drill down on the map, and it'll take you right to the location on the street where the incident is occurring. And I've followed this with the Long Beach Fire Department for probably about 2 years at this point. And they wind up with citizen notifications usually 2 to 3 times a day. Now, obviously, City of Long Beach is much bigger than just Los Alamitos, but we're all mobile, we're all out and about, and because it can find you GPS-wise, it can go off and let you know that maybe you can help save a life nearby where you are. It won't do that if you're not within that quarter-mile radius or you don't have your GPS turned on relative to the phone. But there's all kinds of things on there. Orange County, most of the private fire departments are the city fire departments in Orange County, Anaheim, Garden Grove. They've already been on the system, and if you live in an area close by, you can actually go through the various cities, even into LA County, and outside the state of California. So this is a nationwide application. It's a hefty startup cost, and I'm delighted that we were able to find some sponsors to take that on. It's just another avenue of service that if you know CPR, you can do to improve the opportunity of survival for someone that does have a sudden cardiac arrest. And the American Heart Association believes it's or I shouldn't say believes, their statistics show that there's a large frequency of sudden cardiac arrests that occur on a daily basis. So if you would like to get it, check with the city, check with the website that the chief mentioned. It does make a noise when a call goes out. My wife, I have to put it in the drawer at night because my wife just goes nuts over the sound. But I'm engaged with it, and I can tune in to things that are happening even if it's when in the drawer from that standpoint. But please do get engaged with the community. Maybe the person you're going to be able to help and save will be your neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you all, and thank you, Councilman Gross, for driving the effort.
Thank you.
We're going to take a short 5-minute break so those of you who've had your share of government can leave, and we'll be right back. We're going to get started. We were remiss in the Winter Wonderland presentation of thanking Don Farrell, Chair of St. Isidore's. Obviously, we would not have it without you, so thank you very much for all the efforts. It's really a great event. And you're first on the speaker list.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Get my notes out here so I don't mess up. And Honorable Mayor, City Council members, amazing city staff, and fellow community members. My name is Don Farrell, and I'm the president of the St. Isidore Historical Plaza, a secular, nonprofit historical preservation group. And what we like to say is, like with Winter Wonderland, it's the community's plaza. We're just taking care of it and getting it ready and keeping it up and going for the community. What I'd like to tell you about tonight is our new program, a monthly concert series at the plaza. We started it in November with a classical music concert in the chapel. Our January concert was a children's concert, and was just amazing to hear that building filled with sound and music and children's laughter. I'd like to thank John Underwood and LATV3 for filming the concerts, and they're available to everybody on LATV3 or on the LosAlamidosTV.org application. And finally, just to keep it brief, I'd like to invite the council members and the community to our February event. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be a Prohibition jazz concert in the chapel. And we are going to have a martini bar set up in the hall, a whiskey and cigar area in the plaza. It's going to be on February 13th, so for all you guys out there, it's a great early Valentine's Day date night at the plaza. And so if you'd like more information, I invite you all to go to StIsidoreHistoricalPlaza.org, where you can get the information and the tickets. And finally, once again, I want to thank the council and the city staff and the city for all the support we've received at St. Isidore Historical Plaza. We could not have come as far as we've come in the 2 short years since we've purchased the property without the help and the support of the city and this wonderful community. Thank you all.
Thank you. A note of housekeeping. We have 3 speakers for PACE, which is item 8I. 8I is going to be pulled from the agenda, but since you're here, you're still willing to speak in case you're not able to make it back next week. Jeremy, who's been spearheading this event, couldn't make it tonight and asked us to back it up a month. But if you're here for PACE and still want to speak, I'll call your name, and if you want to come up, please do. I have a list of several names. We'll go Debbie Feldman next, please.
Hello, Debbie Feldman. I'm a resident here in Los Alamitos. I first want to say congratulations to the chief. You've done such an amazing job for our city, and all the accolades that you got. We were very, very lucky to have you, and very sad to see you go. And congratulations to everyone else who got awards tonight. That's what makes the city so great. And stay a Dodger fan, because it's the only LA team. It's my little plug, sorry. So tonight I'm here for Jewish Family and Children's Services, and we help out families in the greater Long Beach and West Orange County area, and we support individual families and children in the West Orange County and Long Beach area. And it includes an array of services, including counseling, support groups, care management of older adults. We have emergency assistant funds, career counseling, referrals, and the vision of Jewish Family and Children's Services, otherwise known to us as JFNCS, is to heal the community one person, one family at a time. And in saying that, we have our annual run coming up, and it's May 1st, so get your shoes on, your running shoes on, get your wife to come with us, Chief. And the rest of the council, I know Troy has come before and helped out. And anyway, it's a great day, and it's May 1st, 2016, and it's going to be right by the Aquarium of the Pacific. And you can go on to jfcslongbeach.org and check it out and sign up for this great event and fun race. And you get it is truly a race with a view, because it's just, I ran this for the last 3 years, and it was just incredible, and seeing the view of the Queen Mary and being down by the water, and it's really amazing. It's a fun day, and it really helps out people. And just to let everyone know that JF&CS is actually in Los Alamitos Elementary, and so we're helping out the kids there and growing the program, and so it's a really great organization. It's non-sectarian, nobody gets turned away, and I hope that you'll support us. So put May 1st, and May 1st is also, the month of May is mental health awareness, so it's the perfect time to have the race. So I hope you all can join us, and again, congratulations to you, and enjoy your retirement, and the Dodgers.
Thank you. Josh Block.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is, just let that be. My name is Josh Brock. I'm the Director of Community Development with the Hero PACE program. We showed up today. Good to know that the item will be considered at the next council meeting. We just wanted to take the opportunity to, one, congratulate the council on considering PACE. We think it's a fantastic option for residents and businesses to give them the opportunity to finance solar, water, and energy-saving improvements on their properties. And so our request today is that California First is a fantastic provider. We hope that you also consider other providers for your city as you're making these considerations. We also, I'll give this to the city clerk, just some basic facts about PACE in general and about the HERO program so that you can take the full consideration of these opportunities and make them available to your residents and businesses. Also today, we have 2 other individuals, a lender and a real estate agent, who can just speak about how property assessed clean energy financing is a tool for them. So thank you very much, and
thank you
for the consideration.
Wally McLeish.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, staff, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Wally Malish, and I am a realtor here in Orange County. I live in Huntington Beach, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the PACE program for several reasons. As a homeowner, I'm currently in process of doing some remodeling to my home, and we found that the PACE Hero option was a tremendous opportunity for us to add some green options to our home, to improve the insulation in the home, to put on solar panels, to do some air conditioning, and a number of things that for us are going to save us a lot of money. We're going to reduce our footprint in terms of the economy, and we're going to increase the home value of the property. Speaking as a real estate agent, one of the things that I see in the PACE and HERO program is a tremendous opportunity for homeowners to add improvements to their home that would otherwise end up costing them considerable amounts of money, require them to do standard financing, and put them in positions where they literally could not be able to do these kinds of improvements. There's like thousands of opportunities, water heaters, windows, roofing, insulation, that are included in this program. I'm also a former member of the California Association of Realtors on the State Board of Directors. Several years ago, when this program first started, it came up in front of the Board of Directors, and there was a lot of concern about whether this was the right program or not because of some misuses of the program by some less than scrupulous contractors. Well, one of the things that I've watched very carefully as a homeowner and as a realtor is making sure that the right things happen so that this doesn't become an opportunity for people to prey on less informed citizens. A lot of things have changed in the last couple of years in this program that have put restrictions on who's in the program, what contractors can actually use HERO and PACE, and what they have to do to inform homeowners, especially with seniors, tremendous restrictions on what did not exist a few years ago that probably made this an untenable program for many communities have been corrected. And I'll give you a personal example. We were looking at solar panels on our home. We met with several HERO-approved programs or contractors and several non. Guess who wanted to sell me panels I did not need? Guess who wanted to put the most expensive solar panels on my house? It was not the PACE people. It was not the HERO-approved people. One in particular came in and took us through the whole process and said, this is what your home needs based on the way it's facing, based on the pitch of the roof, and based on your last 6 months of energy. They informed us of the entire process so we could make probably one of the best decisions we could possibly make. So I can't think of a better program that a community could put in place right now to improve the value of our aging homes, to be able to make our homes green, lower the footprint, create more jobs, bring more revenue in, because we have to remember, every time improvements go into a home, the city is going to get revenue from the permits, because in order to be a PACE contractor or a HERO contractor, it has to be permitted. So you no longer have the worry of unimproved or improvements that are not permitted. So that gets taken care of. And when the value of the home gets up and this home resales, the revenue stream that creates for the city. So as a homeowner, as a realtor, I would have to firmly endorse this program, encourage the city of Los Alamitos to follow suit like many other cities have done in the county and approve this for something you can use for the residents of your community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Jason Mitchell?
Good evening. I'm Jason Mitchell. I grew up here in Los Alamitos, right across the street in Rossmore. To Weaver in kindergarten and McAuliffe, and back then it was McAuliffe, and then still McAuliffe. Los Al High School, short career in the military, and then Long Beach State. And I'm now been a senior loan officer with Savers Home Loans for over 10 years. And I love helping people, so that's the purpose I'm here. The HERO program, it provides affordability for energy efficient upgrades to homes, permanently fixed energy efficient upgrades. People who wouldn't normally think that they could afford solar panels, double pane windows, HVAC systems, things like that, can with the HERO program. And I believe the misconception is that lenders cannot or are not able to refinance or provide financing. So I think there's a difference between cannot and will not. So just with over 10 years experience in the industry and my mentor, Mark Green, the president of Savers Home Loans, I was able to talk to some lenders, and we are able to provide financing at the same interest rates, VA, FHA, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, everything else everybody else is offering. So I just wanted to let you know, be here, and vouch for the HERO program that you are able, you are able to finance your home. And HERO's great. They do a lot of vetting contractors. I know Stephen Poole personally, the chief compliance officer for HERO. He hires a lot of former law enforcement to do the vetting. So it's a great program. It helps a lot of people, and I think it's great for the community.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Welcome back to Beth Pyburn.
Thank you. My name is Beth Pyburn. I reside in Seal Beach, but I live and work in Los Alamitos. I'm here for two reasons. One is I want to also put a plug in for the Americana. I am on the board of the Cypress College Foundation, and just an FYI, it's the 27th of February, not the 28th, so please don't sign up for the 28th. That's a Sunday. But I'm also here because I have a concern about the change in parking. I do a lot of my shopping here in Los Alamitos, and I'm really concerned with some of the changes in parking hours along Los Al Boulevard, especially up in the area where Shenandoah is. If you get your hair done and you go to lunch, that's more than 3 hours for most women and everything. And to limit your parking for 3 hours is is, I think, going to be very detrimental for the area, especially up in that area of the city. But that whole stretch of Los Al Boulevard doesn't really have a parking problem. I know my employer in that area has a parking problem. They are doing their utmost to fix it. We get memos to stay off the streets. They've changed the parking structure rules for that and everything. But I urge you to, at least if anything, extend the parking hours along Los Alamitos Boulevard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Beth. Patty Mouton from Alzheimer's.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you.
Patty is director of all of our advocacy and outreach for Alzheimer's Orange County, and I'm a volunteer, Bev Harrison. I work with the association, and I just used the wrong word. We are now Alzheimer's Orange County. Many of you may have heard that the Alzheimer's Association nationally has offered the local chapters an opportunity to branch out on their own and pursue some of the specific needs for the community in which they are working. And so what you have known in the past as Alzheimer's Association Orange County chapter has made the decision with many other chapters across the country to become independent, and we are now Alzheimer's Orange County. The name has changed, but the mission and the purpose of the association and organization in general is exactly what it was before, and now has the capability of serving our Orange County residents a little more uniquely than we may have done in the past. The programs and services that we are providing are similar, growing. That's the only big difference than they have been before. And those of you on the council have received a packet of information specifically about Alzheimer's Orange County, and those at home or here that are joined here, residents of both Los Al and Rossmore, we just would like to reassure you that the programs and services are growing and remaining very, very available to the people of the community. The services started back in 1982 and have grown tremendously, as I mentioned. Today in Orange County, the reported population is 84,000 people who have been diagnosed with Alzheimer's or related dementia. So there are a lot of folks out there to serve. And I think every one of us, either seated here or viewing, has been touched, knows someone who has been diagnosed with some nature of dementia. The independent organization that we are now offers all of the services free to those who are residents of the county and are struggling with dementia-related diseases. And among these are a helpline that's available during the working hours right now, and within 6 months it will be available on a 24-hour basis. Support groups, family care consultation, there's educational materials, many of which you folks have, workshops and seminars, outreach to local physicians to educate them as to what the organization provides for their patients, as well as advocacy and legislation. Additionally, prior to this particular change in the organizational structure, for all dollars that were earned here in Orange County through the walks or other philanthropy and people that donate, 40 cents on every dollar went back to the National Association to support the coordination of all the agencies across the country. Now, all of the monies that are donated and raised will stay here in Orange County to serve our population and the community here. So we'd like to encourage each of you and anyone else who is involved with folks dealing with this disease to please reach out to them and let them know that we are still very much alive and working and doing what needs to be done here in Orange County as Alzheimer's Orange County. We have a website at alzoc.org, and then an 800 number that folks can use for the helpline, which is 844-373-4400. Thanks for all the support that you've given us in the past. I had the pleasure of being here about a year and a half ago to receive a commendation from your city. You've been very supportive of all that we do and are inviting you to continue that and spread the word because we're here to help.
Thank you.
All right.
Josh Wilson?
Council members, my name is Josh Wilson. I'm representing the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Arts Commission. It's recently elected their chair, so I have the honor of issuing the official Race on the Base challenge to our city council. So as in last year, we had a challenge where we had the most participation as percentage of their commissioners and council members participate either as runners, walkers, or as volunteers for Race on the Base. And the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Arts Commission won last year. And I think because Mayor Murphy was sick and had to bow out at the last minute. But we're excited to defend our title and see if we can, and as well, and invite the community at large to participate. It is on Saturday, February 27th. We also have an event on Friday, February 26th. So we're going to have a 1K kids run. It's going to be at night. It's a glow run. It'll be very fun. We're also going to have a night rider perform on that evening. And then on Saturday morning will be the 5K, 10K, and reverse triathlon. So it should be a fun event. And also one of the commissioners for Traffic Commission asked me how do they do a tiebreaker. And I said we'll have the fastest 1K sprint time on there between the ties. So I'll be hopefully defending that one, I think. There's also another item I wanted to speak on. This is something that, as part of the commission, we worked many months on, and something particularly Commissioner Michael Bell has worked on. When you guys interviewed Commissioner Bell at the time, you were very excited that somebody had art and cultural art background and coming to a art commission. It's one of the times that we've had this, or first time we've had this in a long time, but it's something he's been a great asset to our commission. And he brought forward and worked with Director Lakin on was a weekend of art. So in item 9C, you've been asked to at least appropriate $5,000 of the total fund to a weekend of art. And out of the event, especially Race on the Base, generating over $100,000 in net revenue, which supports all the events, this would be something that we could own as a city, participate, evangelize, but something that we don't necessarily have to hopefully rely on sponsorships in order to maintain. As you're probably well aware, every time that the Parks Department goes out and asks for sponsorships, it dilutes the other events that we participate on. And with the many events that we do have, this would be a great event for hopefully a small cost that we could to invest within our arts, within our community. So I'm asking for your support as part of the commission and also as a resident to hopefully approve the Weekend of Arts in Los Alamitos. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's the end of the people who signed up. Would anybody else like to speak?
Ray LeCompte. I live in Rossmore, but I have some business property here in town. And last month we got some signs on the curb. It said 2-hour parking. An awful lot of patrons and the people running the businesses got horribly excited about what the hell's going on in our lovely town. No one told us about it. I haven't been invited to anything, nor have they. And I see on your agenda you have something for Old Town East, which has to do with the parking. I think you ought to collect those of us that own the property or are running business in some way, get us included in this decision. I have no idea that you're so short of funds that you need to start taxing the people parking on the curb going to businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
I didn't know we were getting into this yet, but I did get a flyer, but I found it on our front desk. I'm a business owner of Aircraft Windshield Company, right off of Kyle Street and Florista and Catalina. And I talked to my neighbors about these also. One of them, he didn't find his, and I found when I went to talk to my other neighbor, he did get one, but it was on the ground. So it was kind of short notice for us, but it was in time, I believe, just to mention my concern. And my concern is basically on Kyle Street. The only area to park on Kyle Street is directly across from our building and then around the corner. But we use that a lot. And to have a 2-hour limit on the parking sometimes could be a problem because parking is always an issue. But we've always worked, you know, just trying to be courteous to everybody involved. If I only have a 2-hour parking on that, we don't use it all the time. But when we have a lot of inspectors or customers or things coming in, a couple of our guys might park across the street. And so if we can't use that, or if we're limited to 2 hours, that could create a concern for us and put a hardship on us. So I know you have, you know, I've been in Los Alamitos since 1963, and we own several buildings in the area. You have a residential permit parking. I would hope that you would be considerate of some of the businesses in the area, because the older buildings are limited with their spaces. So if there was like a consideration as far as permit parking or something on that sort where we could be able to park there when we need it, you know, for a longer term, that would be good for us. So anyways.
Hey, could you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Mark Broderson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Terry T. St. Germain. I'm a dentist at 3662 Catella Avenue, Suite 100. I don't know the protocol. I thought we were going to discuss this and then have something to say about it. But if I can take a moment, I don't know how much time I have here, but I look at
5 minutes.
5 minutes? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to go back and forth here. I mean, yeah, I want to talk about specifically in front of my building because I have 8-hour parking there. Right over here, it's always been 8-hour parking when I did my contracts, 7, 5, and 5. My landlord is here too. He takes really good care of the building. Right there, it's a very, very nice professional building. I'm curious. I mean, I got this flyer put through underneath my door. I talked to you, Stephen. We talked about the mail service, and that's why it was put there, but it also didn't have an address on it where the city council was. There is no address on that flyer, if you take a look at it. So I'm curious, how did we get to this point? Did we get to this point because you guys thought it was a good idea, or did we get to this point because we had 3 major players complaining? The hospital, the business, or the homeowners? Can anybody answer that question? Because this didn't just come up on its own. What prompted this? And how many people prompted it? And were they north of Catella or south of Catella? You need statistical information to move forward. So let me just ask you a simple question. What prompted this? Was it the hospital? Was it the business owners? Or was it the people who live in the residence? Can anybody answer that question?
Can we?
You can just say, I
Yeah.
don't have the information, I can't answer it.
think-
I mean, I'll deal with that.
I'm not quite sure how we got into all these comments either, instead of on the agenda item.
I'll go back and let you do your thing. Come
The
back.
council can discuss it, answer it now if they wish, that because you are addressing something that's on the
Okay.
agenda, you are not responding to a new issue, so it wouldn't be a violation
Am I
of
out
the
of
Brown
order?
Act.
Do you guys need to discuss this
Or
first and me come back?
you could move this item up, discuss it now.
No, it's not, you can either come up during public comment or directly on the item. So.
Well, I'm
you're-
here now.
You're here now?
Give 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So,
Brett?
how did, to keep it short, because I have more to say, how did we get here? Tell me.
You know what, though?
exactly.
I'll tell you, though, a point of order, to be fair to you, if we're going to continue to listen to this, I would recommend that we pull the item and give a staff report so the community has an idea of what we're talking about.
That okay?
What does that mean?
That means that you can sit down for a moment if the mayor wants you to, and the staff will tell the community what we're talking about, because a lot of people don't have the same frame of reference, and then come back up
okay, that's
if
good.
that's permissible with the mayor.
Thank you. You want to speak on the parking, Judy, or you want to wait till the... Can you wait till we pull the item? Okay. How about if we just give you 5 minutes at the item? Okay, yeah. Welcome.
My name's Dan Aguilar. I live at 10812 Pine Street in Los Alamitos. And I've lived in Los Alamitos since 1940, which is probably older than most of you people here. However, I don't really mind if somebody comes and parks in front of my house, which I already have, people parking in front of my house. However, I do have family that comes to visit. And when they come, they usually have to park around the street, around a corner, back up here, back over there, all over the place, just to come and visit me, and some of them don't want to anymore. So they'll just honk and keep going. Personally, I think that's an affront to my privacy. And I think that you guys already have a 2-hour parking limit in some areas. Well, enforce it. Or get the people at the hospital to rent out some of those spaces for those people that have businesses that need extra parking. Okay? Personally, I think that that would be a good solution. Or have those businesses make their own parking structure. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else that not having to do with parking? George?
Just a quick comment. George Brigham. I don't know if these notices relative to the parking, were they mailed out? Does anyone know, or were they just distributed?
We can get.
I didn't just receive one. I don't know anyone else that did.
Hand distributed to over 300 businesses.
Okay, I didn't see one. So the first I heard of it was on the agenda. Yeah, so I don't know if there's some sections in town that if they aren't impacted, I'm assuming they didn't receive the notice.
Where's your business at, George?
On Brigham Drive.
Correct, you're not impacted.
Okay. So in some areas, I got to tell you, the 2-hour parking was put into effect to deal with the school kids. You know, as we have a lot of issues over there, and I was getting to that point. And so we have issues with the high school kids parking. So 2-hour parking was put in place to deter some of that. But there's places where it belongs and places where it doesn't, obviously. So I just wanted to ask why I didn't receive one of those. Now I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close all communications. Go on to the warrants. Any questions on the warrants?
I'll move it.
I'll second it.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Gross.
Aye.
Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Hasselbrink.
Aye.
Councilmember Kusamoto.
Aye.
Councilmember Edgar.
Aye.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. On to the consent calendar. All consent calendar items may be acted upon by one motion unless a council member requests separate action on a specific item. Remember that I has already been moved back. So I'm going to pull G, H, and J. Anyone else?
You're not going to pull the police chief agreement?
No. Did you want to?
Yeah, I think
All
it'd be
right.
important.
All right, so Troy for E. That's it? Okay. Can I have a motion for the other ones?
I'll move the balance.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We have a lot of people for parking. Why don't we pull parking first? Judy, now's your chance.
Okay, Judy Clabeau, owner Green Street Interiors, 40 years in business here. And the last probably 4 or 5 years, we've been really having a nightmare there in the plaza. It started when we had Kumon there, and I mean, there was no place to park, so then it was great when Kumon moved away and we were focusing. Then I strongly supported the brew house coming in because I thought a restaurant would be great. It would be great for our development. And all that's awesome, and we were working pretty good on this parking, and then all of a sudden comes this 2-hour. Now, the 2-hour has been there for the 5 or 6 years I've been there, but nobody ever enforced it. It was beautiful because the students gave us no problems, and the employees could park there because there just is not enough room in the plaza. Like this morning, one of my employees, in fact, she's the one that got one of the awards for Christmas decorating today, came into work at 11 o'clock. She said, I got a problem. She's cruising around. I says, what is it? There's no parking in the back. I can't park on the street. Am I going to have to park in front of the store and then the landlord gets PO'd with you? You know, you've got no choice. And we've always told the employees, park on the street, park on Los Alamitos, Serpentine, leave the spots open for your clients. At Christmas time, and I started complaining about this 3 or 4 months ago, don't get me wrong, I love the youth center, but the Christmas tree lot at Ganal creates nothing but problems. They give up half their parking that's required for their business. We come to work in the morning at 9 o'clock. We get there, there's all these trucks parked all Los Al Boulevard, so my employees can't park there. Now, I've heard that Chad from Ganal said that they will not allow the Christmas tree lot next year, that he'll pay for a tent and utilities, but they need to find some place to go. Christmas time is when we all plan on making our revenue and doing big things. And when things like that happen where they give up their parking, now I know that my landlord called me and said, please don't fight me, I want to put a dental office in the back. Now we're zoned for retail, so he's looking for a variance or whatever he needs. We get a dental office, you're going to have a dentist, a chairside, a receptionist, a hygienist, and you know, they're going to have every chair filled up and people waiting to come in. They don't wait in between people. I mean, it has become such a nightmare. And so I plan on going to the Planning Commission next week and asking them not to allow this variance. We're trying to get along. I talked to everybody in the plaza. Everybody's got the same problem. Poor Karen, my daughter, had to, it is. She had to park on the street the other day when there was no place to park, and she got a ticket. So that was wonderful. And then I have the experience of a lot of our business. We come and go all the time. I've asked my landlord, I said, I need 2 spots out in front that say Green Street only, because with the restaurant and all these other people that come in there, and like with the brew house, for instance, the guys come and they meet there for lunch, so there'll be 3 pickup trucks that come up. Some of them got, trailer things on the back, which when they pull in, you lose the use of other parking spots. I mean, I know that can't be controlled, but we've got a nightmare, and we need to be able to park on the street. I say leave the 2-hour parking, but don't enforce it in the business area. You're going to drive your businesses out of town. And my daughter calls me parking patrol, but when I go out on an appointment and come back with a van loaded that I need to unload for something else, and I go around the block and there's no place in front of my store, on the street, or any place to park, 3 different times I've had to go home at 2 in the afternoon and then try to unload, you know, the next day. And it's just become a big nightmare. Now they say they weren't enforcing on Serpentine, so the day we look out the back and here's people from Shenandoah and something else, and we know it was them because we had a dead cat on the back porch that the coyotes got. They're parking now on Serpentine and walking across the street, and those were the spots that hopefully are employees. So, I mean, it is a total nightmare. So, like I say, I'm going to fight any variance, hope that we don't ticket because we need those spots. Otherwise, you're going to lose your businesses because we are hurting, and hurting bad. Thank you.
Yeah, I remember too. Okay, I jumped ahead, Terry, just a second, I jumped ahead and we didn't get the staff report. So please allow us to do that, and then it'll be your turn.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. We have our Development Services Director, Stephen Mendoza, give the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. All-day street parking has become the preferred choice for employees in the area represented on the attached map in the council chamber and the map that's also in your packet. To address this issue, the City of Los Alamitos put together a Parking Solutions Working Group to review parking for the area. It included various options, including parking limits and parking meters. The working group's findings were summarized within the Old Town East and Medical Center parking report that was provided to the City Council on October 19, 2015. Within that report, the most frequent concern expressed during the outreach was that the employees were taking up on-street parking needed for customers. The most effective and flexible means of managing on-street parking is to implement time-limited parking, thus encouraging area employees to park elsewhere. The implementation would not decrease available parking in the area, but to the contrary, would allow for on-street parking to serve as the area's short-term property parking, while property owners in turn provided the area's long-term parking spaces on their private parking lots, also known as off-street parking. You'll hear me use a couple of expressions of on-street and off-street parking. On-street parking is the street parking that is commonly on curbs, gutters, and in the other areas of Old Town East, you'll have some nose-in parking that are on-street parking. The off-site parking is the private parking. It's the one the commercial property owners own and manage. In seeking a solution, the City Council was presented with that report that included the following recommendations. Step 1 was to increase enforcement. Step 2 was to implement additional time-limited parking, and that's where we're at today. The 3 was to do a second parking assessment in the area after the time limits have been enforced and implemented for 90 days. And then step 4, if warranted, establish paid parking meters. Step 1, again, has been implemented. And then during your October meeting, you directed us to advance to step 2, implementation of parking limits. We completed the recommendation for the establishment of time limits in the area, and we represented those. We provided those in your packet, and we met again in the November City Council meeting, where the City Council directed us to do a little more research with some Old Town East residential areas. So during the November 16th meeting, Council considered establishing the time limits that we have on the map here and throughout the area, but you requested us to go back, take a step back, do a little more surveying of Old Town residential residents. Those are the Old Town East area residents that are mostly multifamily properties in Area 2 and 3 on the map, and a little bit of Area 1. There's 80 housing units in that area, and there's 197 residents. And our survey results were we got 32 tenants and 29 property owners that responded to the survey. And the questions on the survey would you be supportive of allowing nearby businesses and customers to park in front of your home during the hours of 6 to 6, where it's presently restricted? The answer to that question was 56 people said no, and yet 5 people said yes. And the reason the City Council at the time wanted this survey was to make sure, to see where there was a valve or a release valve to offer some more available parking in the area. We wanted to check with those residents to see if maybe that was a solution for some of the parking to increase in the area by releasing or reducing some of those regulations that existed in the yellow area on the map. And the second question in that survey was, do you want residential permit parking program to continue in your neighborhood? And just to make sure that we weren't confusing them, we made sure we asked the question in a different way, and 58 people said yes, they wanted it to continue, and 3 people said no. Additional comments were also received, and those are in your staff report. We wanted to make sure the City Council saw some of their suggestions and recommended comments. They're on an Excel spreadsheet that are in the staff report that's with the City Council and available to the public online. And there are some future actions entailed to this item here that's before you tonight. Upon the adoption of the resolution, City Council would order the signage for installation, and shortly thereafter, enforcement would begin after we do some electronic message board alerts. And then 90 days after that, we would do another parking study in the area 1 through 13. As you may notice, the area that Judy discussed is not up for consideration tonight. There's no agenda item representing her area where we would either reduce or increase the parking regulations in that area. It's area 1 through 13 that are marked and up for consideration tonight. But we understand the situation has a balloon effect and affects many more people than the area in here. With that is how the research began on the project. The Traffic Commission held a number of meetings, meeting with area people regarding this topic. We had a great amount of feedback from those businesses and provided that feedback in an earlier report to the City Council. Again, this is the 3rd time it's been presented to the City Council. We've wrapped up the survey questions, and with that, there's a recommendation for approval of the map that you have here, and would open it up to public comment at this time.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. St. Germain.
That's okay. So anyway, a couple things I just want to talk to first. This gentleman who lives over in the residential area, give him a minute. All you guys should have permits. All you guys should have permits. You should have permits.
So you should be addressing the council, so we could kind of, thank you.
If you're going to do that, okay, the gentleman over there and all the people in the residential should have permits. They deserve permits.
They do.
Yes. Now, the young lady who talked about the dentist over there, don't worry about it because they don't pay sales tax, so these people aren't going to let it go in. So anyway, let's go back. I'm going to talk about me specifically. Right at 3662 Catella, that's 8-hour parking. There's approximately 5 to 8 parking places right here. Right here. And then the 2-hour begins. When I originally did my contract, I looked at that very carefully because there were things that were important. Parking, parking, parking. It's a busy world with mothers and 4 kids, and they got to go everywhere. They got to be on the first floor, they got to come in, and it's my business. You put 2-hour parking out there, you take $100,000 off my business and I resale it instantaneously like that. Of all these years. And I've been working since, I've been a dentist since 1976. And you've been in business for a long period of time, and I do understand that. But I can stand out in the front of my place, and I can see 30 parking places in red. And no offense to the gentleman over here on the fire department, you don't need 5 places to the fire hydrant. You just need one full one. You can hook that baby up, and you can sit in the street because you can drive everywhere. And I can look in front of Madera's. You can take it on Los Al, but you say right here in your flyer that those aren't available. I don't know they're not available because it's the city, it's the county, but you can do that. I'm parking on Los Al. They go 60 miles an hour. I take my life into my own hands. That's my prerogative. Give me 10 more places in front of Madera's, and then take the red in front of Madera's on the, it would be on the north side, the Catella side. And then take on the east side, take all those red things. We don't need it. And the fire department does not need all that red. They do not have a hook and ladder. So I can stand on the corner and I can see 30. You should create more 8-hour parking places before you enforce these time limits or take these away. You should do that. You should do it. I could walk this community with you, both sides, and I could name them right there. And I can guarantee I could hook up a fire. You can show me how to do it, and I could get it there, and I can take care of my building. I'll take the chance. And you give me parking in front of Madera's, I'll take the risk of getting hit, and maybe the people will slow down and not hit by the time they hit my building, which is about 200 yards, 60 miles an hour. I'll take the risk. I'll take all that risk. I'll take all that responsibility. Now, you talk about my landlord is here. You talk about providing space so that we can park off so your clients, your patients, or anybody else can park there. It's not really going to work that way. It really is not going to work that way at all. I can guarantee it in 110 percentile. What you're going to do is you're going to cause more problems. First, create the 8-hour parking places. Identify. I know you could walk around with me. And I know I've watched her on the city council. I watched her up here, and I watch her here, and I watch it. We could identify those places. We could do it very easily. And then maybe you could just titrate it a little bit and make it, make it everybody happy. But I do think there are 3 players: the hospital, the residents, and business. The real problematic issue is the hospital. But the hospital has been here. Maybe it hasn't been here since he was here. I don't know that. But we know the building parameters. We knew they were going to add on. We knew they were going to have a parking place. We know they're going to build up. We know we signed contracts. That's why I stayed on the side of the light, the south side of Catella. I didn't go on the dark side. Sorry, you guys are on the dark side. I knew that. I knew that very clearly before I signed that contract. I went over it, and I don't, and Stephen, you asked me, well, did your landlord say that, were those parking places available? I go, no, we're not stupid. We don't own those places. But that was 8 hours. And me signing a 7, 5, and 5, and upgrading that place and putting, I don't know, $750,000 in a 1,200 square foot place and paying, I don't know, somewhere between $6,000 and $7,000 in taxes, I think I should get 1 parking place. 1. I mean, just seriously, 1 8-hour parking place. And I park there so that 1 patient can park there with 4 kids. Because that's how I look at it. It was a business decision to stay on this side of the street. I think all these people make good business decisions. I do think that You should find and identify 8-hour parking places first before you do this, and you should not okay this. I think it is suspect. I think you probably think you did your due diligence, but you really didn't look at the statistic analysis. You didn't walk through. You didn't ask everybody in the community, and a lot of these people did not get their handouts or their flyers. So I see that red light is me, right?
Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, Mayor and members of the council. Good to see you. I wanted to start with saying that regarding the petition that was mailed out, there's a couple of issues that I have with that, and I think the other people here do too. And I read in the staff report that the survey was delivered to the residents 2 times by mail and 2 times handed out at their door. Yet the businesses maybe got a flyer. And so it looks to people like you don't really want to know what we're saying, and I know from knowing all of you, you do. So I think there was some misrepresentation based on the level of effort put into getting the information out, both to the residents and the businesses. The petition went to residents, and they were discussed. It was discussed with them whether or not they wanted to allow us to park there. But I remember from the meeting that we very specifically said not for patrons, but merely for the people who were employed there. And so I think when you go out with a petition that increases the numbers of people who are going to park on their street exponentially as opposed to just a small percentage of business employees, I think you're going to meet with less success. So I feel like that was a skew if we're truly trying to find out whether or not, as Daniel said, he doesn't mind a couple of people parking there, but he doesn't want all of his parking taken up. I took a picture of it in my phone. I'm happy to show it to you at any time. On Pine Street, on average, there's 3 to 9 cars at any time of the day. I've left my work at 9:30, and there's 7 to 9 cars there. And I agree, we need to keep the residents' permit parking for them because they have a right to that. But that was based on a time when we didn't have these parking restrictions. So now it's changing the whole demographic of that area for not only the residents but the businesses too. I spoke to several of the businesses today in the affected area, which would be right over, say, off of Florista, where the Hoff's Hut is, and then down the street. And all of them, but one, said that they were not in support of the parking meters, and they were definitely not in support of the time limits, because what it does is it limits our ability to do business. They're asking that you not go with the staff recommendation tonight and that you leave things as they are. And I promised one of the people that signed the petition that I would make sure that I said that because we didn't want to mislead anyone. So I'm going to really quickly read you this petition. It's just a couple of lines and let you know that there's approximately 200 signatures. They're of business owners, they're of landowners, they're of residents, and they're of patrons. And when you look at this, don't discount the people that don't live here in Los Alamitos because they're coming and doing business here. Okay? They shop here, they get gas here, they eat at our restaurants, they come to our businesses. So they are contributors in this. It says, we would like to respectfully petition the mayor and the city council to cease the current action being taken to install parking limits and or potentially parking meters in the proposed area. The negative impacts of this action would not only affect Los Alamitos businesses, but also the people of Los Alamitos. I'm sorry I'm going back and forth, but I've made some notes. Let's see. One of the businesses that I spoke to that was in favor of the 2-hour parking, they said they have a really big problem with rideshare people coming in and parking in their lots and in the surrounding parking around them. So, you know, there was a lot of discussion about permits, and I think one thing that we could do is if we were to issue businesses permits so that the police could differentiate who's supposed to be there and who's not for a prolonged period of time, I think you could narrow down whether or not these rideshare people are there and taking up those, you know, needed spaces as Stephen talked about. Because like I told him, that's not the council's job to monitor your parking lots, but when it is on our streets, I think that if you're not aware of that, that it is a problem in that area, and we need to try and address it. Like all the other speakers, customarily, you don't park in your parking lots. That's where your customers park because it's safe and convenient. I told you last time we have many people who are elderly who can barely make it from their car into the salon. I'm sure that's true of the restaurants and all of that also. So please don't put them in a position where they are at a higher risk of potential injury, because as they said, the traffic moving on La Salle moves very, very quickly, and I would hate to see someone injured because the turnover is so much greater with what you're talking about. If it's 2 to 3 hours, you're going to have people coming and going and coming and going and coming and going, and you increase your risk of someone being injured. Even if we were to go with what you said, which is to park in our parking lots, I've said to you before, there simply are not enough parking spots in our parking. So we're still going to spill out over into the street. So if we as employees, potentially business owners / employees, spill out into the street, then how do we do business? That means we got to run out every couple hours to move our cars. That's counterintuitive to doing good business here in town. And it's going to have huge negative impacts, as the other people have said. You know, just for us, speaking from our perspective at the salon, if someone comes in and wants to have 2 services done, we now have to say to them, no, you can't come in and have both those services done because we can't provide you with a long enough parking time. I had a client who left the other day because she was so panicked. She left without polish because she didn't want to get a ticket from parking on the street. And it's creating a really unfortunate situation, not only for our patrons, but also for the businesses, because what you're going to create is, now we're going to start battling for parking. Like the gentleman who's the dentist said, he parks over on La Salle. Well, that's where I work, if that's not where his business is. So we're already starting to do the dance where we're shifting everybody around, and I'm telling you, it's only going to get worse, because not all of the businesses are full right now. We're not at full capacity even yet, and we're having these problems. We've had clients get tickets. They're now going to go somewhere else. And I just think that, I know you are good people, and I know you're going with the information you're giving, but as someone who's there every day, well, not every day, but most every day, we're just telling you that it doesn't work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I sign that before you turn it in?
Hi, my name's Jill Wilson. I'm the owner of Shenandoah. And my understanding was the 2-hour parking was not enforced. The 2-hour parking went in, I believe, several years ago in front of the business when the high school's parking lot was being paved. And like they were saying, it was never enforced. So on any given lunch day for us, we have approximately 12 employees, if not more. They don't all drive. Some ride bikes. Some take the bus. The residential was my understanding that it was Cottonwood when Cottonwood was over there, and that's why the residential parking permits went in. We're in our 12th year now, or going into our 13th year, and it's never been a problem, and our businesses have all gotten along. And like they were saying, and the lady from Green Street, I have to apologize, I reached out to Cottonwood as soon as I heard they were marking tires, because Cottonwood is empty now. And so I made an agreement with him during lunch that my employees could park down there, and we put a little sign on. Well, we know the weather hasn't been great, sometimes on rainy days and whatnot. They're not all wanting to walk from Cottonwood down to Shenandoah. But now it's starting the infighting, like she was saying. And employees in the village that Ray is our landlord for are now having problems. And it's unfortunate because it's been a happy family over there, to be honest, and we've been happy to be a part of Los Alamitos. We were in Long Beach for 20 years before we moved over here, and I hate to see this happen. I don't know what you can do for us, but this is not the solution to come out. We have to leave. We have to have employees go out and either move their car. I don't know what to do. You know, I thought that maybe behind Green Street was a solution, but now I'm hearing tonight that it really isn't. You know, we're all putting. No, I know, but I don't know. I mean, the point that was brought up tonight about going, the customer that said she likes to have lunch, go get her hair done at our salon, because we have a salon on our side of the street too, and shop. Dina's here from the shop next door to me. It's just not convenient at all. And I wonder what our customers would think if they were told, what we were told is our employees should park in the parking lot, and then where are they supposed to go? That's not convenient, that's not business friendly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Suzanne Berkelier, and the first thing that I wanted to speak about was that we were told last time I was here to park in the parking lot on Pine Street in Florista, and a few of us did, and we got notices that our car would be towed away. So then we were like, now where are we supposed to park? You told us to park there, and then we're told that our car's going to be towed. Plus, the street sweepers come on Tuesday, so that's a problem. And then also, I don't remember what the third thing was. Someone told me to bring it up. You might have to do it. Anyway, I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Karen Clabeau, and I work at Green Street Interiors. I'm the poor one that got the parking ticket at work. And it really is just a bad situation. Like my mom said, we've had days where we've come back from appointments, circled the parking lot, and unfortunately had to cut her day short. She's like, I guess I'll just go home because there's not a parking spot for me to park. And we've always been of the mindset that we're going to park as employees on the street to free up the parking for the customers in the lot. And now that the parking is enforced, it's just pushed all of those cars up into the lot, customers on the street. I mean, it's just not working out. And what was my other point I was going to make? Oh. Well, employees could get hit. We're valuable citizens, too. Oh, I know. I have had customers literally, I mean, our parking situation has been bad for a while, but I've had customers literally call into my store and say, I need you to come out to my car. I have samples to return. I have this to bring back or what have you. And there's not a parking spot to be had on the street, in the lot, or anywhere. So we have to run outside and, you know, do that kind of exchange in the parking lot. And also, I set my iPhone like for every 2 hours, and I'm out there moving my car 3 feet up, 2 feet back, 3 feet up, because there's just, I mean, there's just no solution. And when it rained like it did a couple weeks ago, and Serpentine is now a river, that takes away a lot of space too. And I think, I mean, I haven't looked at where the fire hydrants and things are, but maybe there's a lot of red back there too that could be kind of freed up for more parking. Not sure about that, but it definitely is a challenge, frustrating most days, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Can I just ask one question?
Okay.
Okay. Since I've already had my time, I didn't get to mention the street sweeping because I was a little long-winded, but that also cuts our parking significantly because it's on Tuesday from like 8 to 12. Yeah. And if you could just ask for a raise of hands of the people who are not in support of the parking limits or the parking meters, I didn't get to do that either. So.
Okay. Could you restate your question for the audience and just ask them directly?
Would everybody who is in opposition to the limits, time limits, and the potential parking meters please stand up so the council can see who's opposed to it?
Javier, are you against or just taking photos?
He's our cameraman. No,
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else want to speak? McNally Lighting doesn't want to be recognized?
I don't public speak, so excuse me if I say something I shouldn't.
Get the paper ready.
I've been in business, or we've been in business here for 50 years. And parking's always been an issue. My building's a little different. My employees all get to park in the parking lot. They have a parking space. It's designated. We even have an extra one. But the front of my store is for customers. Customers don't know they can go in the back and park. Actually, we tell them to come back there and if they're going to be a real long time or if they're picking up stuff, and we load their truck from behind. But in front of our store, we have exactly 3.5 spaces. And it's green, we're green there, and it works for us when there's no tickets. We kind of always had a little agreement with the regime that was here before you, and this is going back a long time then. And the city put the curb green at my father's request, and it was basically to stop Bar Lumber at the time from parking in front of the store. So they're employees, and the green worked. So we don't have employees parking in front of the store, so it is for customers. And but meters won't work for us. The customers are not going to want to be there for meters. Time limits, we had this agreement with the police that it could be green and they weren't going to enforce it. No tickets. If a customer of mine got a ticket, I'm going to be obligated to pay that ticket. I will be paying the tickets. My customers won't be. And because where else are they going to go when I want them to come to my store? I'll say, just be out there, don't worry about it. If you get the ticket, I'll take care of it. So that's what would happen at my store, and I don't want that to happen. So that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you.
It is a problem, and it does need to be addressed. Permits might be a thing to think about, permits. But you already know my grand plan. I have a grand plan that we should use, but it requires a lot of money. Maybe we could have a fundraiser, and we can make that grand plan happen.
Tell us the grand plan.
The grand plan?
What's the grand plan?
Oh, okay. I would like to, and there's several locations in the city we could do it. We could do it next to Judy's store. We could do it next door here, where this building's sitting empty. I want to see a 6-, 7-story structure go up. The way if we do it right here, we could have ride sharing off the 605. You know, you could advertise for that. You can have arms where people pay to come in and have a lot. You can sell spots to the local businesses. You know, you can buy a whatever. And I'd like to see a tram, take these people around to their spots, or you can drop off at like 4 or 5 different places. But it could really actually happen. It could work. But it requires money, and who has extra of that? You know, so we'd have to do some fundraising.
Yeah, a lot of vendors, maybe reach out to them.
But there's other things to think of instead of just meters and time limits.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thank you to everyone who spoke. I'd like to think we're all on the same side. We're not looking to impose our will. We have nothing to gain by this. We are working on a problem that unfortunately, at its base, has the basic premise that we don't have enough parking. So we're trying to juggle that. And your input is invaluable. I realize you have to keep coming to get your input in. But bring it back to the council. Warren, you want to start?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So on this one, I know that the last time we did talk and deliberate on this, there was some instruction to the staff to go and see if there's a possibility of the residents, I guess, relinquishing some of their permitted parking. So thank you for doing that. But I think I'll say again, I think this is just a solution looking for a problem. And this thing, it came about, to my understanding, as a revenue gap closure, and we were looking at parking meters, and we were going to go straight to parking meters for certain areas. So I think that again, trying to close a budget shortfall. So that was how I understood where this all came about. So as I listen to the public comments, as I think about it myself, and I know we have a a shortage of parking. I served on the Traffic Commission prior to my being elected, and it was an issue back then as well. And so that's just one of the, I guess, downsides of being a very, wonderful community. So I would really hope that, based on this public comment, and again, it's working in equilibrium right now. I know it isn't optimum, and I know it could be improved, but I think restricting it and then forcing the customer base to really be, I say, inconvenient and put them at in a place where it may end up costing them. It'll chase business away, and that's not what we want to do here. So, with that, I do thank the staff for the report. I don't know that I know I will not be supporting it, and I'll just turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Troy?
Yeah, couple things. You know, on one side, well, this is a bigger issue, and everybody in here is obviously advocating that we do nothing. So that didn't need a roll call on that one. But I think the reality is, you know, I think we're coming off of a period where, for the general plan, we looked at the community and we said, where do we want to be in 15 to 25 years? And in 2010, we went back to the hospital and said, look, you guys want to do something? You need to invest in your property wisely. You need to invest in your projects and grow parking to be able to help with the issue. And that was a big provision that both the City Council, the Chamber of Commerce, all the businesses in the community, and we worked together through it. You know, to me, this is, you know, this may not pass tonight, but if you think out 10 to 15 years, these are the types of discussions that we have to have and test the community to find out where we're at. You know, in 15 years from now, you know, Kathy's idea of this, you know, this fantasy parking lot, I honestly don't think it's a fantasy. I mean, tonight on the agenda, item E or H is a development agreement with Nextdoor to do something with this piece of property, to get into an exclusive agreement with the developer, and in that, entitle this property to go with Dean Gross's perspective of going somewhere potentially to the base for City Hall. It's a package, and what you do in a package, you negotiate a deal and you try to get something that potentially you could put these together. You know, like I said, through this process, we may not come to a conclusion tonight that, you know, works for whatever we're trying to achieve, but I think that the key is, you know, and it's very good that you all came out and you started talking through it. And I think it's, you know, from my perspective, it's not a revenue play. You know, the fantasy life of what do you do with a parking structure, you know, you have to start with how do I raise money? You know, so when people start talking about the parking meters and this, that, and the other, it isn't a short-term fix just to close the gap. It's how, you know, look, the city, the businesses own their building and they rent to tenants. The owners of the building own a lot. None of them have provisioned enough parking because, as Kathy said, and history tells us, the standards were not the same over the last 50 years. So we've got a current condition that's, by math, a problem. So then, you know, up here we sit back, we say, okay, what are some of the things that we could try to do and work through that? So we try different things that have a reaction and some don't. And I will tell you that through this process, you know, we did have these types of discussions in the general planning discussions. That took 5 years to get that general plan done. A lot of community input. Now, I'm not saying specifically, so I'm not going to take credit for that as a part of the city's actions. We did not explicitly go through parking in detail, but it definitely, you know, down the road, 15, 20 years from now, what type of businesses are going to be here? Will we continue to have the ones that are here? And if we are, we need a long-term fix like Kathy's talking about. And to do that, we got to find a way to fund it. So, you know, keep an open mind. I think everybody, you've been completely heard from up here of where we are as we walk out of here tonight. But I still would think, you know, look, you walk out of here, it's like, do we go back to Wild West? We'll just take all the signs off except for the fire truck signs, and we'll get the doctor out to help the fire trucks hook into the plugs out there. But the reality is, you know, a lot of that stuff that's out there, you know, it's a math thing. We got to figure out, well, what do we do? You know, the Wild West was great, right? But then you know what we get in here? We get everybody in here complaining because long-term people are parking 8 hours, and as a business, I can't get circulation happening for my business. So what do I do? This is a thankless part of our job up here when we start talking about this, because, you know, we switch this a little bit. We'll get a different group in here that is equally as irritated as you guys are. So I really appreciate, from my perspective, the input. I think is very helpful. You know, I think it's clear that, you know, this may not be the right solution at this point, but put yourself in our spot. Be constructive with how do you help the city, not just the council, not just the staff. You know, and you know, the other thing I would say, and this is something that kind of bothers me a little bit, and you know, work with us together. You know, when we come up here and we attack the process, like, hey, Stephen, bad guy, you know, I got this flyer that somebody left on my car. I think it was supposed to be in my building. Definitely, you know, that's like a 101 trick. Everybody's like, hey, I wasn't notified. Everybody in here knows this is a problem. This is something, you know, Jerry came up, she's been talking to a lot of people in the community. You know, we want to work with you. We want to make sure, you know, but help the city be more proactive. When you come up and you throw staff under the bus and say, hey, look, you know, you guys aren't doing your job. This is terrible notification. It doesn't help. I mean, these guys want to help you as much as anybody does. And so, I don't know. I would just say thank you again. May not be the right answer tonight. Please put yourself in our position. Help us constructively then come up with a solution. If the fantasy is the fantasy, then help us figure out, how do we pay for that? Just to be, a little bit tough from the council looking out, I look at a lot of the businesses that are in this community, and without being specific, that I'd like to see them invest in their building to try to beautify our city. We can't, as the city council or the city, ask people that own businesses that create commerce, that really fund our city through point of sale, property tax, et cetera, please invest in your building to help out. So this isn't a one-way street. We all want something. We all want to work together. Thank you tonight for coming here, and I look forward to hearing what the other council members say. Thank you.
Thank you. Dean?
I hope everybody heard what Councilmember Egger said. The hospital, as part of their expansion, was required to build a parking structure. They're required to build a second one in the next phase that they do. Maybe it's phase 3, I'm not sure which phase, but there is another one scheduled. The convalescent hospital across the street has parking issues. And when the structure started, I spoke to the management over there at the convalescent hospital and said, you need to get part of that parking structure to take care of your visitors and your guests, even though it's across Catella. What they found is that they put the employees on the 5th and 6th level, and employees drive past the 3rd level and it's empty. And they drive past the 4th level and it's empty. And they get up to the 5th and 6th level to park, and then they've got to figure out how to get down, get over to their trolley or their conveyance to get over to their hospital and get to work on time. The hospital just recently changed, allowing the 3rd and the 4th floors to be used by employees because it wasn't being used otherwise. If you are a doctor over there, some doctors are offering to pay for parking, or at least partially pay for parking. Ask, because that's what I've done, and I've gotten parking tickets that were normally $3 for $1. Everybody's faced with the same issue, and when the city came up with this plan, the idea was that the public streets belong to all taxpayers. My wife gets upset, and I shouldn't have said that because I got a text bringing her up earlier. We get upset because people park in front of our house because they're picking up kids at one of the schools, and they often park blocking the driveway. And normally it's not a problem, but it's an irritation because there's a proprietary interest that's mine, and it's really not. It's the taxpayers. And so the idea of using the public streets and trying to develop circulation, regardless of who uses it, was where it initiated. And if you look at surrounding cities, whether it's Long Beach, Cerritos, all over the place, there's parking restrictions. And in front of Shenandoah, I was on the traffic commission when the businesses over there came and said, we got kids parking here all day, and our customers can't park. So 2-hour parking was put in, and it seemed to stop it. We're not getting the complaints about the high school kids as much. They moved over to Serpentine, and they moved over to Brigham and Way. There were some parking restrictions put on Cherry Street, and I said at the time, all you're going to do is force this water further west, and it's going to be on Pine Street, because it's got to go somewhere, and people are going to continue to do it. If you look at the map that's proposed, the dark blue areas around the businesses that have been 2-hour parking are scheduled to be 3-hour parking. And that's going to be less of an inconvenience, but maybe if we try it and find out that we're able to move some of the circulation, it might be beneficial. I can see heads wagging, and I understand that. When it inconveniences me or it inconveniences the business, it's not going to work. There's problems right now, and what I think the council and the city has been trying to do is to figure out a solution. It's disappointing that some of the outreach that's been going on for the last 3 and 4 months, the personal meetings that staff has actually gone over and talked to buildings, talked to people, hasn't apparently reached everybody. You know, these meetings are public and they're televised and they're available on the internet, on the web. We don't have the engagement of people that we really should have from the aspect of not having to go through this month after month after month. And we want to work with you, as Councilman Egger said. We want to find a way that works and a way that's beneficial, that is a benefit to the community, is a benefit to the businesses. Employees are not guaranteed parking places, bottom line. If you go to the shopping malls, the big shopping malls, they park off-site a lot during their busy holiday seasons, and they've got to be shuttled in. And I'm sure they complain and moan the same way. We are used to convenience, and when convenience isn't available, it becomes an inconvenience. I don't know the solution, and I'm not sure that we've got the solution here. I'm not sure that the plan has been thoroughly looked at by those that are making the comments, but it's an attempt. It's an attempt in that process. When I was on the Traffic Commission, I used to say, who cares whether we put a 2-hour parking in, because we don't have police officers to be able to go out and enforce it. And that's not what police officers are really for. So now the city has come up with 2 part-time meter maids, for lack of a better description, who also go after the trash trucks and issue tickets when you don't get your car off the street when the trash trucks come by, or the street sweepers, rather. That's an inconvenience. And when you get a ticket, you think, why didn't I think about that? It's that day, I know it's that Tuesday, or I know it's that Thursday, and you wind up paying the ticket and realize that next time you're going to be smarter in the process. At some point, a solution is there. Your input tonight has had an impact from my standpoint that I don't think we're there yet. I think the issue still exists. I'm not sure what the solution is. The idea of building a parking structure, I think, is a fabulous idea. The problem is, how do you fund it? And the location, in my mind, isn't over here that we got to shuttle people. It's right there, right behind the stores, right on the corner there at Florista and Pine. And that's a big lot. The city owns part of it. The shopping center owns part of it. If you know anybody that's got money that wants to invest in a parking structure, there's a great place. Now, we get the parking structure built, much like the 6-story structure at the hospital, and nobody wants to park on the 6th floor. Nobody wants to park on the 5th floor. They all want to be on the 1st floor. It's more convenient. Handicaps, whatever. Long Beach, they have a number of parking lots, especially around the convention center, and it's an honor system. Honor system meaning you pay to park in the spot, and you put the money in the slot, and if you don't, you're going to get a ticket. And they're merciless on those tickets, and they'll come after you. So what is the solution? I encourage the same thing that Councilmember Edgar said. Let's continue to work on this. Let's continue to find an option, you know, and try to make the thing work. I'm a little surprised that we did not go all the way down on the boulevard, all the way past the shopping complex. If Serpentine isn't in our plan, it should be. And if Brigham Way isn't in our plan, it should be, as well as the businesses along there. The issue on Catella, where there's red curb, some of that red curb we're mandated by traffic codes to put in. There's an area that has to be there. It's not the fire hydrants. It's an area that has to be there for visibility, for cars coming out and making a turn. And if they can't see, then the city becomes liable in the process. That's more cost to the city that we don't want to incur and don't want to engage. There's many places where there's fire hydrants that there's no red curb. I've talked to Public Works about that and said, I don't understand that. We paint some areas and we ignore other areas. There's not a consistency. That's just a frustration from a policy level that we ought to be looking at the whole plan when we're doing it. Please continue to get engaged with us. If this doesn't get passed tonight, it's not going to go away. It's going to wind up back with staff trying to figure something else out. Your input and participation is going to be critical to finding that solution. And somewhere, we have to come to the compromise of how we do it. I think the public streets are the taxpayers' opportunity to park. If it's for employees and we have to do permits, I'm not sure that's right either. We want to have the ability for patrons to get to the stores, to get to the businesses that are there, and we know it doesn't meet code. There's businesses that have been here for years and years and years that have lived with that, and it still doesn't meet code. If you look over in the area by Catella Deli and the shops that are along that area, parking in there does not meet code. But they've been there, so they've worked out deals where part of the two-story parking area is used by Catella Deli. And the same thing with the other stores along there in order to continue to have businesses. So please help us in this particular process as we continue to try and find a solution. I know you want the ability for employees to park. I know you want the ability for your customers to park. It's not happening right now. There's not enough parking spaces for that to occur. So help us find a solution. And thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Dean. Shelley?
Well, I'm all over the place on this. I've talked to a bunch of people and just had my own thoughts. I do want to bring up that the hospital did fix their parking problem, and be careful of the assumption that if you see somebody in scrubs, they must be a hospital employee and they're not parking in the hospital. We have a huge medical community, not related to the medical center, that park all over the place. But the hospital did take the money and the space to fix their problem. You know, going down La Salle Boulevard in areas 1 and 13, the proposal is to extend it to 3 hours. It's right now 2 hours. To say do nothing and not enforce it, you really can't do that. But enforce it to the kids, but not to the business owners. You either enforce it or you don't have it. You can't just say, well, it's always been a gentleman's agreement. You know, either take it down or enforce it. There is a parking problem. Whether it affects your business or your life, there is a parking issue. This is the whole reason it was brought up. In the past, I know it was always a revenue generator. That was what was discussed. Since I've been here, that revenue generation has gone away. The parking meters were put off to the side, and this was mainly to deal with parking circulation. So people could come and shop and eat here and get parking spots. We need to find some middle ground. To do nothing is not a solution. Obviously, with this audience is not a solution, but we do, and I agree with Troy and Dean, we need to continue to talk and figure out what the solution is. I'd like to see something, even if we increase it to 4 hours. What we're trying to get away from is the all-day parking, the 8, 9 hours, even the 7 hours. We need that circulation. We owe that to all of our businesses. You know, I'd even like to throw in there, if this isn't going to pass the way it is tonight, I would prefer not to have any overnight parking on Catella and La Salle. There's no reason for that. There are cars that park there overnight. I don't think we need that. That's just for another further discussion point. But like I say, I'm not sure how I'm going to go on this. We need to do something. Doing nothing is not an option in my sight. So I'll just take it from there.
Thank you. You know, I think we all agree we have to do something, but the question is, how do we start doing something? So I think we have two basic issues. One, we've already asked you to leave here a few times with a 2-hour parking, which doesn't work for any of you, in place. So I think we need to have a discussion here tonight about the 2-hour parking. And I think longer term, we need to look into reviewing the red zones and also the business permit parking. I think it's well within the city's rights to have that kind of recognition of the businesses, that if you're doing business, you have some right to the streets also. The question becomes, to my colleagues, do we go through each area one by one and discuss them? Do we try to see what we agree on and then try and remediate the other areas? And even like we said, Serpentine's not in. Can we talk about Serpentine tonight if it's not in the parking? It's just the fact we're talking about parking good enough?
It's related to the parking bubble that expands out beyond the 13 regions that we're talking about tonight. So I think it's appropriate to discuss.
Okay. You know, because that's an issue up there. You know, maybe we come back in 2 weeks with a special workshop to kick around the solutions. I don't think we can keep asking the businesses while we're enforcing the parking to wait for the next meeting. We only meet once a month, and they're scrambling and paying tickets in the meantime. So it's an issue that needs to be addressed maybe tonight, no later in my mind than 2 weeks, you know, on one of the Mondays we have off, and go from there. Everybody's spoken. Are there any motions at this point? Does anybody think they want to approve what's on here tonight? Not really? No, no rush? Okay.
Could I try something?
Sure.
Why don't we refer this topic back to staff? I think they've heard loud and clear, and they're the ones that kind of have helped draft where we are, and have them come back to us. But before they come back to us, I think an open workshop would be in order. We'll ask the media to publicize that once that date is set, and we'll do a community meeting, try to get ideas and thoughts there with our traffic engineer, with our public works folks, with the community development folks, and that'll give them some time to think of some possible options. I don't know if we can do it in 2 weeks, but let staff come up with a date and bring it back to us. I think we need to continue the dialogue and continue the discussion. It gives the businesses and the employees an opportunity to try and think of solutions for us in that particular process. I know this has been to the Traffic Commission. I know they held a workshop on it. It's been before the council a couple of times. And each time I think we're moving a little bit closer. The time limits were changed to try and be more applicable from the standpoint of customers and employees. But let's see if we can't bring this back with a little bit more input and then have a town hall type meeting or a workshop type meeting that hopefully we can give staff some direction to at that time.
Thank you.
I just have one question. In this kind of exploration, could we look at some of these areas and designate some areas that are business permit parking? Maybe on Serpentine, maybe places where they could park. I mean, we do need to give them a place to park. You just can't kick them out and say, you're on your own. And maybe that's part of it, because that is part of a solution, and maybe look at some of these areas in doing that.
Thank you. Okay. Troy?
I like the idea of a workshop, but definitely not tonight. But I think what would be, I think there's a lot to bite off here, and it's the one idea of going out and walking the area. I mean, all of us at different times have been out there to kind of see. The right way to do this is to break it up into chunks and try to handle it piece by piece with the stakeholders in a well-communicated discussion. I don't even know in a workshop if this whole solution could be vetted and get everybody in there and have a really meaningful discussion, because there's two ways to do this, right? We top down it up here with field marshaling with help and probably miss it, or we do a really serious workshop. I mean, if this is the equivalent of voters that would normally vote if this is a residential area. We would have a community meeting in their neighborhood, and we'd try to fix this. Right now, the business owners are the real voters in this area. We're very appreciative of the point of sale, the property tax. We need to get this right, and I think it's worthy of multiple workshops to get it right. It shouldn't be like everybody sitting on the edge of their seat wondering if we should go. It should be like the police chief selection where everybody's cheering on the final decision because we all had a part in it. So I'm willing to make the investment from my perspective to have multiple discussions on this. Maybe the next discussion, I think there's two problems. The short term is, the businesses are scrambling right now because of what we've put in motion. The second thing is, I think we should plan a little bit more thoughtfully a workshop schedule if we really want to solve this. If not, we'll just kick it down the road again and again and again, and it'll never get solved. And I don't know. So I'm for a longer term fix, and we probably, if we're going to do the longer term, we should talk tonight about how we're messing up with the businesses right now to try to help at least remediate, not make them a victim of us thoughtfully trying to work through this. Thank you.
Warren, any? Yeah. I do favor the workshop town hall approach to really vet this out, and I think with all due respect to Kathy's dream, I do like that dream. Years ago when I was on the Traffic Commission, there was from OCTA a Go Local program where we were granted $100,000 to study some issues, and one of the things that we came up with as a ad hoc subcommittee to the Traffic Commission was to look at possibly having off-site parking, which would be a commuter lot on the other side of the 605 freeway. And that might have been a location where carpools, vanpools can congregate and then get up to the Norwalk train station and go to points beyond. So I think the same kind of thing could apply to our city, where we would have this off-site parking. We'd have, again, it'd be funding. How would you fund a shuttle, a tram? But then think of the opportunity that you would have if you had a circulation where your employees can actually park off-site, and you have a circulation conduit that can bring consumers to your businesses where they can park in some central location and then get to where you're at and then have that walkable experience. So I think that fits in with the beautification vision as well. So I think when we're looking at this, we have to keep a mind, an eye on that other part of it too. So as we solve or try and at least craft something here that it complements that future state that we might find ourselves in, and actually it ought to be beneficial for all the business, all the stakeholders in this quarter right here, and the other ones that we haven't even addressed. So I think that this will be the baby steps, and there's going to be pain, whatever decisions we're going to be making, but I think if we all at least embrace the future vision, the future state, and know that it's going to get us there, I think that'll work. And then the last thing I think is what we get to do here in the other avenues that we serve you as electeds, like Mayor Pro Tem is on the Orange County Fire Authority, Mayor Murphy is on the Sanitation District. We don't really have a representative other than we have Councilmember Gary Miller from Seal Beach, who sits on the OCTA board. We need to go talk to those folks and say, what kind of local dollars can we get back of the M2 funds that we pay as taxpayers, that we pay into that? So there's those kinds of funds that are possibly there, but we have to get our hand out there and ask for it. And that's going to take, again, involvement from you all and us here to, again, get that vision. And how do we acquire the land and then the structure to do this off-site parking? So that one I'm really excited about, and let's see how we can do that. So back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay.
I know I'm out of order, but we're waiting for this workshop to happen. Can we not enforce the 2-hour thing, because we were all very happy until that started? I mean, we still had problems, but at least we were happy and we were working well. And so if you could just not enforce it till we work out something better. And then also, I know the development behind our store. I think now's the time when they're negotiating for whatever they're negotiating for, to say maybe they have to have a couple layers or 3 of a parking structure that people would pay to stay there. It would be convenient for the whole area. I mean, I think you could, pull a Donald Trump and negotiate a little bit with what they want to do. So, but please lift the enforcement for a while until we come up with an answer.
Thank you. Yeah, Judy, that's what I had stated really is a short-term problem, you know, is a 2-hour permit. Brett? Yeah.
I know what happened with us, and I know they had the 2-hour, but because of the pre-lot, they supposedly lifted it over Christmas. Well, we thought it was lifted for a while, and that's when Karen got her ticket, because once the pre-lot came down, the enforcement started, so.
Okay, let me ask Brett or the chief, is it possible, if it is the will of the council to do that, can we stop enforcement for a little while?
I would just ask that we're really clear on the areas, because we've got parking restrictions all over the city, on the areas, very specifically, which areas are we talking about, and it would be best if we could bag those signs.
Okay. How much work is taking signs down, Brett?
Well, I mean, I think we also need to, I've just written down what, if we're going to have a workshop, what some of the parameters are that I think we would need to consider, or the council will need to discuss with the public and discuss up at the dais, and Stephen can help me with it too, but can I go through, please, a list? Because the topics have come up. We're trying to solve a parking circulation problem, so I think in a workshop, consider how to solve short-term parking circulation, because we recognize that it is a problem when cars park all day long, 8-hour parking in public spaces. That's a problem.
Yeah.
So we need to recognize that parking all day long and using those public spaces is a problem. So how to address the long-term solution should be discussed as well, because if we solve the short-term parking circulation problem, and it's not just, you know, it's true that the revenues will go up, but there is a cost. Recognize that there is a cost for providing and subsidizing the streets and the parking and maintaining the streets, and services need to be provided citywide. So we need to consider all services citywide as we're addressing this. So I put recognizing that our plan, I mean, right now, we have to consider the 2-hour parking that does exist, as the chief mentions, and that should be discussed, I think, in a workshop. And the cost, and then discussing the phased approach. As we still, right now, staff has presented to the council, and staff has been marching forward with a phased approach. And the phased approach is, as Stephen mentioned, we have the parking enforcement. We're doing that now. We hired 2 police aides part-time. They're included in the budget, and we're doing that. We're enforcing what is out there. I mean, that's really what we're doing right now. What's before you tonight is to consider increasing from 2 to 3. So, I mean, we've discussed that, but I think the businesses need to realize that there is a give there. There's an increase in the number of hours in which that would be enforced that's being recommended throughout. So we can look at that. I think we can look at all 13 regions in a workshop and discuss which ones might work better with 3, which ones may work better with 2, or maybe there is an additional give going to 4 hours. And all of that can be brought together into a workshop. I think all those things need to be considered. There is a cost, there is enforcement that's taking place, and there is a phased approach that is a plan right now. And so if we're going to go off of that phased approach, then the staff, we need to hear that, and we can get that feedback, I think, in a workshop pretty well. Stephen, you have other things to include in there that we need to consider as we go forward?
I think a lot of the issues that are brought up are about existing standards that are out there for parking, and then the second issue is creation of new standards. And in order to tackle both of those issues, we may have to widen it beyond the 13 areas.
Okay, and you know, we should recognize the staff has been trying to react to our direction. And I realize we are almost come full circle at this point on you, that we started out with the idea of meters and parking circulation. And, you know, maybe we were open to, I think, what Warren, you were trying to say without putting words in your mouth. Maybe this wasn't a great idea. You know, maybe it's a problem. I'm sitting here thinking I'm going to go, you know, take John Kerry's job and have peace in the Middle East if I get everybody in this room to to agree on the parking. I actually don't think, though, that it's as enormous a problem as this map presents, because I think areas 11 and 12, 10, 7, 8, and 9 are all, they look good, what's going on there. Our main concentration is areas 1 through 6, and maybe across the street in 13. That's really, I think, where our efforts are going to have to go. Now, somebody brought up an interesting issue that if we approve what's on here today, we at least are increasing parking in some areas, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So maybe that's not so bad if the people here understand we will stay on the schedule of coming back as quickly as we can with a review. Whatever we do, we're going to have be pretty nimble and have a review quickly. So, because we're impacting people's lives here and livelihoods, and you know, we have to recognize the amount of effort that we need to put into this. But you know, I'd like to kind of see a show of hands. If we're able to increase the parking with the understanding we're going to keep working on the issue, is that something that might be of any interest?
You're not going to get the circulation because our employees, instead of every 2 hours setting their clock, they're going to move up 2 feet every 3 hours and move back because they need that parking for the employees. You're not going to create the circulation. The circulation comes from our clients that come into our stores or whatever, get their service and leave. That's your circulation.
Okay, Jerry?
Yeah, you know, you talked about, excuse me, you talked about having workshops, and there have already been workshops.
Right.
And I did a records request, and there were some of the cards that were turned in, but not all of the cards that were turned in. So I'm not sure what happened to the other portion that were not reflected in that records request, but you've got all of these people from different areas within this diagram all saying, we make do with what we've got because it's just substandard parking because the city's grown so much.
Right.
And we're saying that there's not a problem, but yet I keep hearing the council say, well, we can't do nothing. And I respect what your opinion is, but we're saying as the people who work there and provide businesses for this community, there is no problem. So like the gentleman said, who said we have to change this? And I will tell you, Councilmember Hasselbrink, I was over on Cherry today, and I watched 2 people walk out of the hospital, across through the large 3-story building parking lot, and out to the street where they were parked. That was just happenstance. I was picking up a friend over there. So the hospital is still an issue. They're not parking where they need to park, and it's creating a problem for us. But we manage. But now we're saying, now we're going to start this process all over again, and it's just kind of frustrating because we still don't know who and why we're taking these steps when we're all telling you there is no problem.
Sir, our whole problem is not with our neighboring businesses or any of their customers or anything like that. It's strictly with the hospital. Like you said, I took pictures too of the parking structure is part full. The lot across the street from us is empty. I mean, empty all day. There's 10 cars in a huge lot. And the people that are, like you said, not parking in those areas are the ones that we're competing with on our street right there. And that's why I suggested like permit for the businesses there. If they had a 2-hour window there and we could stay all day, I would be fine with that.
Yeah, I agree with you. You know, I think it's long term, I think that's a good solution.
But I'm a little different than some of these other people, other than we're all involved.
Yes. Okay.
Are there any chunks of this that we could approve tonight, or is this all off the table and we're going to workshops for every section? I mean, I'm looking at areas 11 and 12. Is there anything that we can move forward, or are we just going to come full circle again?
Brett, could you give us some direction on that? Can we piecemeal approve some of this?
You can approve, I mean, the council would be adopting something that can be modified. So yeah, there are pieces that can be approved or modified even tonight and reviewed and brought back. Stephen, can you go through the?
Well, actually, the resolution has a really efficient table in it where you can adopt a section and not adopt a section. You can take out 1 through something and leave 11, 12, 13. And we will take your direction and present it to be signed. It doesn't have to come back to the city council for that. We can just amend the current resolution, amending the map and taking out the table in the resolution and providing you what you need to make a decision on those areas that you bring up.
I mean, if we do that, don't we have to change signs and then change them back and then change them again? Just not sure.
Would there be I mean, if we're studying it over a temporary part of time, a time period, a defined time period.
Well, if they wanted to use, I heard the number 12 and 11 mentioned. If you wanted to establish 3 hours in those areas, you can do so using this resolution without approving any parking change anywhere else.
I spoke to businesses over there, just a couple of them that I happen to know people that work there that were owners, and they had no idea about this, and they said the exact same thing. Our employees park on the street for the safety of our customers, and if they start enforcing that, RE/MAX is one, and you'll find on the petition, I'll get you a copy of the petition, they had no idea. And that's not on you, Stephen. I'm not saying that you didn't do a good job, so Troy, please don't read into that. That was not my intention. It was just to make a point that if we're gonna give notification, let's be equitable. You know, I mean, make sure we put the same effort into both sides of it. And I just talked to Tony Perez, who's the owner over at RE/MAX, and he said, absolutely not. What are they thinking? They've always just not enforced it, and their employees have always parked there. So, I mean, if you give me time, I'm happy to go to all the businesses. I literally, within like not even an hour today, got 10 or 12 businesses to say, oh, this is no good. And we're kind of like avoiding the elephant in the room because the parking restrictions are potentially to lead to parking meters, correct?
Right.
And nobody wants that.
Yeah.
Mayor,
Yeah.
could I make a point of order? When people are talking from the audience, it isn't recorded because they can't hear you. We can hear you in here, but it's not on the tape and recorded from the standpoint. So if there's comments being made from the audience, if they come to the podium, it will be recorded.
Thank you. A gentleman stood up. I don't know your name, sir, in the back. Thank you.
My name's Park Miller. I'm with Lincoln Property Company. We're the owner of the 400 parking stalls next door with the 2 vacant buildings on them. If there's an opportunity for us to create a solution for you guys short term, to provide some sort of off-site parking, you know, obviously subject to insurance and it being okay with the city, we're happy to do that, happy to volunteer those spots.
Thank you.
Otherwise, they're, you know, just sitting there. So I just wanted to make that suggestion, and I guess we want to run it through Stephen or anyone else. We're happy to help if we can. Hopefully, it's a very short-term solution for us, but we're happy to do it.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Here. So you have to move it.
So I'm not really seeing any will to chop this up today, is there? Anybody want to chop it up? No. Would you rather come back in 2 weeks and have the town hall?
What kind of, Stephen, you talk about the noticing that we've done, we did it for the town hall meeting that was held for the traffic commission. We've then done, we have done additional noticing, and as you had mentioned, the door-to-door, the businesses for this particular meeting. What kind of noticing, timing, and getting the word out and getting all of this information together?
We could do it in a week. The mail is very, I mean, I hate to throw them under the bus, but the mail is very unreliable, but we could do both mail and stuffing of front doors.
And publicize it, put it in the
Yeah.
newspaper.
We,
put it on our
on an
website.
average, when we mail only, we get about 25% back undeliverable. So we'll try both.
Enough time to do a meeting in 2 weeks?
Yeah, we
Mail
could.
out in a week and 2 weeks, and then
Yeah, we could.
if the council, items that we've identified tonight, we can bring those back for consideration.
And we have newspapers here that'll help us get the word out.
So a target of February 8th?
Mayor, can I ask? We're going to send out these. Are we going to send them to everyone who has a business license in the affected area? Is that, I mean, how are we looking to identify the people you'll send those notices to?
We're going to try and use the enterprise first of all, and then I guess every business, Stephen, you really know this better than I do. What would be your suggestion as to notification? That's the best way to...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. Now, what's the best way to blanket it?
Every property owner, which doesn't go to the businesses, and then you do the business license addressing, and then we'll get about 25% of those turned back undeliverable, and then we can also do door-to-door again. But it would only cover the area studied. If you wanted to go beyond that area, we'd need to know tonight. Email blasts work great if we have email addresses.
Yeah.
And if you give me those, we did about 15 of them for this meeting. If we had more, we'd use them. Through the mayor, please.
Can you use the emergency alert system for something like that, or is that not allowed?
No,
Yeah.
I don't
Just a
think.
question.
I've tried that before in the past, and I was shot down.
Yeah, that was your campaign, wasn't it? Yeah.
Okay, so...
February 8th?
February 8th?
Does that work, Stephen? Is that Monday?
Okay. Everybody in favor of that?
Yeah.
Okay.
That'll work for me.
Do we need a motion, or just, we're going to just calendar?
So to have an effective meeting, you talked a little bit about constraints. I think having objectives at the very beginning of, is circulation, does everybody in the room agree circulation's a problem? I mean, I heard Jerry say there's no problem. So, it's the 12-step start process. Do we have a problem? And if we do, very easily you can put a model to each area. If you have 4 hours, if you agree circulation's a problem, then 8 hours is unacceptable. Then it's just at each area, how low can we go, right? We can either go 6, 4, 2, nothing. I mean, and we got to really want to be able to solve it. But if we come in and there's no problem, then we're not going to even start. So I think, we probably just need to see kind of how far we want to go and apply it to that. And I'm unclear a little bit, the study area, Stephen says, hey, look, I want to make sure. I guess when I look at this map, tell me what area is not in the study.
Well, the area that's been mentioned behind Serpentine isn't on this map. So a lot of issues have been brought up regarding that area, which aren't represented on this map. So some direction on the expansion of the area, if that was so warranted, would help.
And the area is not on the map. The example of the doctor comes out and looks across and sees 30 spots or 15 or whatever. How would we talk about that then if... Because what do you mean not on the map is it's not color-coded, correct?
Well, yeah, it doesn't have a shaded area on the public streets in front of it. If you look where 1, 2, and 3 are, that's the northernmost part of this area, the area that lines the south wall of Ganal. Anything north of that isn't really represented in this study area, and you've heard a bunch of concerns regarding areas in some businesses in that area.
But Area 10 would cover all of Catella, correct?
It covers Catella to Bloomfield, yes.
Okay, from the boulevard to Bloomfield.
Bloomfield.
Okay. Because on attachment 2, there is no red, for good reason, but just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
Yeah. Number 10 represents Catella from Los Al Boulevard to Bloomfield.
And could we include north up to Serpentine? So
We certainly
include the
can.
plaza?
We certainly can. None of the data that we've had, that we've studied, none of the empirical data that we use regarding parking studies have been included in that area. But we can certainly include it in outreach and gain an insight for that area.
And then that way it's also on the map, so when we come back to discuss it, we'll be better off.
Ending at Serpentine or ending at Brigham?
I'd say Briggerman.
Okay.
How difficult would it be to schedule the meeting by combining areas, say 11 and 12 would have from 5 to 5:30 or something to that effect, so that we're not hearing the same things over and over again, and we're focused on the immediate area issues as we go through that. I don't know. I can hear a lot like we've heard tonight. There are some areas where there's probably not going to be an issue or problem. We've heard from one person on the Catella side at this point, but I'm not sure that everybody along Catella has been reached in this particular process that would have that same kind of impact.
The more detailed outreach as it becomes necessary, as we talk about this more tonight, the more you don't want to do it in 2 weeks. You know, if you're really talking about doing really good outreach with really good feedback, with really good data, and a really good setup, you probably don't want to rush it. I mean, you look at the outreach we did for the general plan. Very coordinated, very precise, very guided, had the efficient number of staff members to handle the crowd and engage the crowd in those proper discussions. So I really think, you know, we can do a big meeting and a workshop in 2 weeks, but if you want that level of detail, which each area represented maybe at a tabletop, you probably want to put some more work and time into it.
And I think if we do that, we got to balance then the short-term fix for what are we going to do with businesses, and just maybe kind of lay off a little bit on the enforcement, either formally with the bag or some other type of a deal.
And Stephen, in Area 12, what's our responsibility, or how would we even outreach to them, since technically that's not city?
Hand deliver, just like we did.
Okay.
That seems to be best for the businesses. The car wash responded. The restaurant responded to me asking me where the meeting was. So we, you know, as I know it doesn't sound right to hand deliver, but it is in my 8 years here, it gets the best response.
Johnny, do you have a solution?
I do.
Okay.
Finally.
Thank you.
I'm Johnny Strohmeyer, I'm CEO at the Chamber of Commerce. I was just thinking if there was a way, we do have a good list of a great deal of our businesses here in Los Alamitos. We have a little over about 250, so I'd be glad to share that list. Either we could push it out for you, whatever kind of a flyer you'd like, or I'd be glad to share that with Stephen as well. I don't know how much that would help,
It would definitely help.
but at least we would be reaching our people too.
The more businesses we reach, the better off we are.
Right. So we'd be more than glad to open.
Great, thank you.
And I would even encourage my colleagues up here as we do it, you know, kind of take an area and walk it and really understand it. And maybe we each pick an area where we become ambassadors for, you know, I'm area 1 through 5 and you're 7 and 8, so we really know and understand and know the businesses and what their needs are. And if there truly is a problem, I think all of us trying to tackle all of this, we're going to be back here month after month. So maybe we could kind of divide and conquer and at least do our due diligence that way.
Okay.
I just had one more thought.
You didn't want to speak at all 5 minutes ago.
You got me started. But, yeah. The deal is I think what we're talking about right here, all this stuff, I don't see any of this working because there's just not physically enough space for what we have. And you two there on the end seem to think my plan could actually maybe happen. So I volunteer to be on the committee to help raise funds to make a parking structure. I will do that.
Mm-hmm.
And anybody else who's willing. I think that's kind of a way to go because there's really not, it's always been this way. It's always going to be this way until there's more, we need more space.
Yeah, but Kathy, even the pilot program, you know, you had the owner next door sign up and say, hey, I've got property, right? The city leases a bus for a tram, and we do call that the pilot. No, but I mean, that would even just see if it works at some point. Those are the types of things we should be testing. And I think, you know, what Stephen's talking about, the longer term, and Shelley saying, hey, look, let's cordon it off. Let's make the right investment.
Yeah, I think that's the way we want to look.
Stephen, can...
Find out how much things are going to cost,
Right.
how much will it take to fund it, and make those kinds of things happen as opposed to these
Yeah.
little things aren't really going to get us anywhere.
And we, you know, well, as I said, we're going to leave it open to the conclusion that maybe there is no solution.
I think
You know,
there
that,
isn't one unless we do something big.
okay.
Stephen, could you help knowing what the cost was for the 6-story parking structure over there, enlighten part of the audience about what their fundraising efforts are going to need to be just to do a 6-story, 1,000 space structure?
It's $22,000 a space minimum in a recession, $30,000 for a Rick Caruso type parking structure, which is the one like at the Grove.
After we own the land.
That's per parking space. Parking structures are expensive. God's not making any new dirt. $22,000 a parking space, up to $30,000 parking space for a custom digital one like at the Grove.
So I mean, to make it real, though, I mean, what was the approximate cost of the parking structure for the hospital?
I think that was about 11.
11 million.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$11 million is a lot of money.
So if
So is the 8th good?
Yes.
Yeah. Are you guys in agreement on the 8th? Can we get it done by the 8th?
Well, are we trying to rush through, or are we going to, you know, I mean, I think we were talking about, is this going to be methodical, or we're just going to try and skim the top and see how fast we can go through it? You know, if the issue is we're rushing to the 8th because we got a short-term problem that we've impacted the business, let's make a short-term fix and get a date that we can actually do this correctly.
I would like the short-term fix. We can't say not enforce the parking, because now if the high school students come and start parking there, there's a problem. I would be all for enforcing the parking, giving the business owners business permits to exempt them for the short term. And we come back on the 8th and we go section by section and first answer the question, is there a problem? Because I think we're trying to answer the whole city parking issue with one answer, and I don't know if there is one answer. And let's start dissecting it, and let's ask question 1 of the step 12, is there a problem? And that's short term. We're not saying on the 8th come back with a solution, but let's at least identify, you know what, section 1, they're working good, 13, they're working good. Over here, we got some problems, and let's start figuring out solutions based on what problems there are.
Mr. Mayor, I think to do the resident parking, you need the business parking, you'd have to come back with a resolution at the next council meeting. It's not something the city can just do.
Okay.
To start handing out permits.
Okay.
But you can give direction to temporarily suspend enforcement.
Okay. Any disagreement on that? No. Dean, any disagreement on that?
Are we going to stop enforcement everywhere or just in these 12, 13
we
areas?
have to identify where we're going to stop the enforcement, because like as Councilmember Hasselbrink brings up, we may create a problem in some areas by stopping the enforcement.
When parking is free, it's abused, and especially by high school students who have no money. I mean, reality is, I mean, I worked over on Serpentine, and the high school students would beat me there, and there were already 10 cars parked in our small parking lot by 7:30 in the morning. You know, they come out and they park.
But I've been there for 6 years, and we've never had a problem. The signs are there. They wasn't enforced. The school kids aren't there. Everybody's been happy. I don't understand. Maybe I'm dense, but where this ever came from, that it became an issue. I know maybe there were problems over by the hospital, but like I say, our happy little group has been doing just fine. So why do we have to stir it up?
And that may be the conclusion we draw.
Okay, thank you.
We're leaving that on the table.
Hmm?
We're leaving that on the table.
Okay.
That, you know, that definitely could be part of it.
Okay. Because sometimes I think we're making a problem when there isn't really a problem,
Yeah.
because we're being able to work it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we need to identify a date. Stephen, you had talked about the 8th maybe not being soon, maybe being too soon if we're going to, and Councilmember Edgar had brought that up to him, if we're going to do this right.
Well, as
at least the first time, it seems to me like it's going to be more than one workshop, but at least for the first workshop, trying to be as productive as possible, identify the parameters, identify which areas we need to temporarily stop enforcement, and how long do we need to properly notice it and do this right?
Well, I think as the council, the five of you speak, we're hearing different things about doing something on the 8th. We're hearing things about doing it right. Those two conflict with each other. You're not going to do it right. You're not going to get the level of participation you want, and you're not going to get the level of engagement if you rush it. If you want to do this right, it's probably better for us to develop an outreach strategy for you on this topic that has a methodic system to which we will record the information, collect the information, outreach for the information, and inform the public of this process.
And the outreach that we used for the town hall meeting for the traffic commission was successful in getting people to the table.
Yep.
I mean, that was a decent format. We had a traffic commissioner and staff and the public at different round tables throughout, and we did receive really good feedback in that process. And if we're going to do that at the council level, we should consider a comparable format if the council wants to do it that way.
Okay, in a venue larger than this.
Community center.
So, I mean, I think if we can come to a decision on what areas aren't going to be enforced, the public really isn't going to care how long we take. If we can solve their short-term problem, it's going to give us plenty of time to figure it out. Would that be pretty close to correct? Okay.
Like Shelley said, I'm sorry, Councilmember Hasselbrink.
Mayor Pro Tem, come on, you got to promote it. Nobody's recognized her yet.
I think if you go with the 8, just to see if there's a problem, as she said, because if so, then you don't need to do as extensive outreach as we've talked about. That's just food for thought.
It sounds like we still need to go longer than the date, a little bit farther out
Well, if we
than
go
the 8th.
the 8th, then the council meeting is the following week.
Yeah, and it's on the 16th, this Monday is
Yeah.
a holiday. The regular council meeting is Tuesday, the 16th.
So we'd be talking the 22nd at that point? But that's what the agreement, we're going to have limited enforcement or no enforcement in areas 1 through 6 and 13? And I guess on Serpentine. Is that what everybody's thinking?
What were the areas that weren't enforced, that have never been enforced? Because there were areas that have been enforced. What are the areas
Yeah.
that weren't enforced until just recently?
So Brad, can you help us with that? I mean,
Yeah, Sean, could you help us with that in terms of, or Todd, in terms
About
of?
which areas were not enforced? I
Well,
mean, I
the-
can tell you any area that indicates a parking restriction is subject to enforcement. And for a long time, it was either when somebody was bringing it to our attention via a complaint or at our officer's discretion. So what we've done recently was we increased our parking enforcement, and they are specifically on the lookout for those violations.
So there was never really a gentleman's agreement, we were just understaffed.
That's, from my understanding, yes, unless there was any agreements before, 9 years ago. But like I said, all of these restrictions have been subject to enforcement at an officer's discretion or their observation. So for us to say we will not enforce, it's easiest for us if we make that very clear by bagging those signs or removing those signs, because it's hard for me to guarantee we're not going to enforce something and get that word out to all of our personnel. If they see a sign with a parking restriction,
It's their job.
absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
So we have 2-hour parking that we could bag temporarily between now and the town hall meeting and determine the date of the town hall meeting and talk one more time about the parameters of what the council wants to discuss at the town hall meeting.
And what areas would you be in?
And you, on the map, Stephen, could you go through or Todd? I'm not sure I know the answer to that in terms of which.
Oh, the existing
2 hour
restrictions are on attachment 1 of your report. That's the existing restrictions. There's a few 24-minute pepper sprinkled in there as well. But it's marked in the text next to the colored areas.
So from what I understand, the business owners with the 24-minute actually like their 24-minute, like in front of
Yeah.
Pizza Kitchen.
Oh, yeah. Pasties really loves their 24, and so does the dry cleaner. They
Right.
think it's efficient enough for their 3 types of businesses there.
So I would say keep that, because
They can't hear you if you're not at the podium.
Okay. All right. I'll make a proposal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 13, and Serpentine. Just bag those till we have the meeting.
Do we have an issue in 2 and 3? I mean, it's permit parking
That's true.
today. So I think it's 1, 4, 5, 6, and 13, and possibly 10. That's where the dentist says, that came up earlier.
Well, he's actually looking to change the red zones, so that's going to be a longer term.
Essentially, if you left it, I think it's right here, again, this is 5 spaces of 8 hours. And it says begin 2 hours, this is 2 hours. It's been working. I mean, it's been working. I don't hear complaints, from the tenants, and I hear complaints from people that I know who work on that side. Doesn't have to be bagged or anything. I think you've been enforcing that. You're enforcing 8 hours and 2 hours. It's been that way forever, and that's been working.
So 1, 4, 5, 6, and 13.
But I would love you to look at red zones and what legal parameters you have to cut some of those and give those 8-hour parkings, or you got to look for some more 8-hour parkings. That's
Well,
what I feel.
yeah, I mean, if you have a parking problem, I think we need to look at the red zones in general.
Yes.
Okay.
so on the existing map, there is no restricted parking in 4. On the proposed map there is, but on the existing map. So basically, don't enforce 1, 13, 6, and 7, keep 10 the way it is.
Again, please?
Well, because I'm looking at the existing
Yeah,
map.
right. That's
So
one.
we're going to relax the enforcement on 1, 13, 5, and 6, and leave 10 the way it is. 4 in the existing, there is no parking restrictions. I'm looking at the existing, don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you make a motion? Oh, I'm sorry.
You made a motion. Do you want to
I
amend?
made one? Oh.
Am I wrong?
I made a
Oh, no.
suggestion.
Oh,
I'll
okay.
make a
I'm
substitute
sorry.
motion if that's
No.
the terminology.
We're going to
I'm
actually have
sorry,
a formal
I think that is
motion.
a motion. Apologies.
The mayor pro tem.
So my motion would be, while we're conducting this problem solving or problem defining, that we relax the restrictions in areas 1, 13, 5, and 6 of the existing and leave 10 as is.
I'll second that.
All in favor? Oh,
Serpentine isn't on here. Okay.
oh, can we include Serpentine, though, in the non-enforcement for now?
The problem I think you have with Serpentine is that is where the high school students go. That's a huge high school, and the all-day gymnastics, and
All right.
that I think is a problem that I think the businesses have been working out. I mean, I'd like to keep everything right now as is until
All
we
right.
go to the next step.
That's fine.
And for wordsmithing on it, rather than say relaxing the enforcement, direct Public Works to bag the signs in those areas so that it's not a matter that we're not paying attention to it. They need to physically be bagged so that police doesn't enforce it.
Okay.
And for clarification, we're speaking of time-limited restrictions only.
Yes.
Correct.
And just a question to the maker of the motion. So would there be any interest in putting a sunset on this so that it really spurs the council to action? That we might give ourselves 30 days or 60 days? And that's just a question.
Oh, I'd love to be a verb, so yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I want some action on this.
You want to put a sunset on this?
I would say within 2 months that we come with something.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. Thank you all. We'll take 10 minutes and come back at 9:30. We'll call the meeting back to order, and we will go, our city attorney has suggested we set a time we're willing to go rather than come up against the deadline.
Or just say you'll go till the very end. As long as it takes, it's up to you.
Everybody's feeling good?
What does that mean?
Well,
Seriously.
till you
Like,
go through all the items, or you can set a closing time.
Well, let's go for all the items, and if we decide it's too much, we can always stop, right? All right. We make a motion for that, or just?
Let's see, what does,
Okay.
yes, because it has to be by a majority vote.
Okay,
So I'll make a motion to go to the bitter end.
okay. Well put. I'll second that. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay. You want to have discussion, Dean?
No.
Oh, all right.
I mean, the time limit was put on because we had meetings that would go till 1:30, and you get to a point where you've been at this so long. I mean, that was an hour and a half, 2 hours just on that one item, and we've got some other items.
Yeah.
We could be here quite late, and are we giving it fair consideration when we just continue to go and go and go? So that was the reason that was put into place, so that we kind of constrained ourselves in terms of the amount of talking and
Okay.
everything else. But I'm
We'll see how-
outvoted, so it doesn't matter.
We'll see how quickly we can get done. We'll go to E, Police Chief Troy. You want a staff report?
Yeah, you know what, I think it's just such an important item for the community that it would be good, Brett, if you wouldn't mind, or city manager, to just tell the community what we're doing here.
Okay, we have this item on the agenda for the council consideration to approve an employment agreement with a new police chief, Eric Nunez. And as we've mentioned, the existing police chief is retiring after almost 30 years, and we went through an extensive recruitment to find a new chief, and we feel very fortunate to have found Eric with his extensive 25 years of service. He's currently the police chief at the city of La Palma, and we have placed this item, as we are required to do, to get city council approval for the agreement as a last step in the process. So with that, I can take any other questions, but that's what the item is before you tonight.
So when we approve this, we're going to be swearing in Chief Select Nunez. Talk about that. I just think it's important for the community. I mean, definitely like the big shoes to fill from Todd. A little bit about, I guess the community will find out more about him as we start to talk about the swearing in. Just seems a little anticlimactic through the whole process to put it on a consent calendar and let it fly through.
Yeah, we go through, as I said, an extensive process to go out, try to find a new chief, do the recruitment, narrow it down. We had the community members that were here tonight that participated in the oral board. We had 2 different panels that we put together. So the process will work. This is the very last step in the process. I mean, it's been going on for quite some time. This is the last step, and Todd's last day is this Friday, and Eric's first day, if this is approved, will be next Monday. Then we go through a swearing in at our community center on the 26th of the new chief, and invite the community to participate in that. And then we have a party for Todd after that on the 28th.
And a lot of people, when we did the police chief selection with Todd, and it's just important for the people to realize that we don't, as city council, we don't hire the chief. You know, the city manager, that's his responsibility. And, you know, good ones and bad ones, if it goes, it's definitely the city manager's responsibility. And I think the city council really opted to stay out of your way and let you do your job. So a lot of people in the community ask, hey, Troy, have you talked to the chief? What do you think? And you know, for the most part, the city council really didn't have an active role in that process. And the byproduct of that meeting with the chief, Select, he's met with all of us individually or offered to meet now that we're down to the final process. So city manager, we really appreciate the opportunity to have that discussions with him. And I would just say one of 5. It was he seems like a really good guy, and he's going to be a great addition to the community, and really made from kind of the Mattern DNA a little bit, literally. But I think from the perspective of a guy that's, if you look at what he does in La Palma and his involvement, the type of person he is, you know, the level of integrity that he holds himself to, I just really was impressed with the process that we went through. And, you know, in our community, it's one of the most expensive positions that we have. A lot of people, especially as elections start getting ready to get warmed up, they start looking, it's like, oh my God, can we believe that we did this? But this is one of the most critical jobs in our community for public safety, and one of the biggest opportunities and obligations I think we have to our citizens is to provide a safe place. So I just wanted to memorialize it for pulling it from the consent calendar. Looks like we've got a great guy, and I just wanted to thank you for your leadership in this process. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments. And as we are losing just the best chief in Orange County, and 30 years of experience and almost 9 years as the chief here, and we do have very big shoes to fill. And I think we're just very fortunate to be able to have landed Eric, who does have comparable to DNA. I mean, I think the styles are very comparable, and the experience is also comparable. The ethics, the diligence, the professionalism that he has exhibited in his previous employment, he brings here, and we're very fortunate. I feel very lucky.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. I would go ahead and hold off for a second. Go ahead. Yeah.
I concur with Troy with everything he says. Brett, can we make sure for the swearing in that maybe the chamber gets the information to send out to the businesses? We get it out to the media as press releases?
Yeah, we have prepared a press release, which it's going to go out. If it's approved tonight, it will go out early tomorrow morning.
I just want to make sure we have a real good showing at the swearing in.
Yeah, and we had, as Troy mentioned, I mean, it's an extensive process we go through, but we all obviously have to protect confidentiality of the employees that are going through the process, including Eric. And you guys in the community knows who it is at this point, and he's gone through the entire every step of the process, and this is the last one. But so we will get the word out extensively right away.
When did you say the swearing in would be?
It's on the 26th at 4:30 in the community center.
Yeah, that conflicts with the RMAC meeting.
I'll go ahead and move the item.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I pulled H and G. H, I actually got my questions answered by Brett. I'm just going to move H. If anybody else, does anybody else have any questions on that item? We didn't pull it because, okay, so H, I'll make a motion.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, G, adoption of the legislative platform. I just had a few questions about our legislative platform and wanted to see what my colleagues thought. I guess basically what you would say I had objections. On page 7 of 12, the legislative platform, environmental quality, support measures that maintain and enhance local decision-making authority. I'm going to actually read the other one. Support air quality efforts that emphasize the use of advanced technologies for the use of alternative fuels and for the development of alternative fuel site infrastructure. Somewhere I feel the word reasonable needs to be in there, because I don't think we want to just support all efforts, no matter what their cost or reasonableness. Any agreement or disagreement?
Is that a new addition to our legislative platform?
No, if we can just back up just for a minute, if I can have Jason Alamitos, the Administrative Services Director, just go over a very brief staff report on what's included and what changes are there. And we also had a suggestion from Councilmember Gross to include another item in here. So it would be appropriate to take any comments from Mayor Murphy and Councilmember Gross and any other council members. But Jason, if you can just go over briefly the changes that were brought forward this year, and then we can take any other changes and suggestions from council.
Sure. Good evening, council. So the legislative action plan it provides a framework for staff and council on legislative positions for the calendar year 2016. There were 3 changes made to the action plan for 2016, and those changes were, one of them was on page 8 under the county regional platform under the subsection Public Safety and Homeland Security. There was a bullet point added to support local control over the administration of local programs. And then on a similar note, on page 9, under the state platform for Public Safety and Homeland Security, a bullet point was added to oppose legislation that reduces local control over the administration of local programs. And then lastly, on page 10, under the state platform for revenue and taxation, there was a bullet point added to oppose legislation that reduces local revenues. And at the request of Councilmember Gross, there was a suggestion to add an item to the plan that would address reclaimed water, and therefore staff recommends that the council consider adopting the plan with a change to page 9 that would outline language to support the implementation, construction, and use of reclaimed water as an alternative water supply for irrigation, landscape, and industrial purposes. And with that, I'll turn it over to the council.
Okay, thank you.
So I can make a motion to, I'm sorry.
I have some more points.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Good try.
Yeah, okay.
I'm very concerned on page 8, revenue and taxation. The first item says support legislation providing cities with the authority to annex land located. It sounds like we're pushing for eminent domain. Does anybody else read it like that, or?
No, I think that probably was from the Rossmore perspective more than anything. I didn't look at it as the eminent domain issue.
Okay. I mean, is there any?
With the predetermined criteria and conditions are met, I think.
Okay, you think that clarifies? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Down 7 bullet points. Opposed toll lanes on the 405 freeway. I'd like to add something about other freeways too. Just opposed toll lanes would be fine with me. Was wondering if anybody else had any thoughts on that, because it shows up here and on the next page.
But is that, if I may, is that kind of broad then? So if there's a freeway up in Northern California, then we would take a position? Is that kind of what your intent would be?
No, maybe other local freeways.
Okay. Maybe to make it a finer point, I think it's anything that has to do with M1 or M2 funds, because
That'd be
that is,
good.
I think that's very specific, because that's how I think that's kind of the catalyst of the big action we have. So.
Would you want to add something of freeways that intersect, because the 6 to 5 wouldn't be covered by, because it's LA County, but it would definitely impact us if they started adding toll lanes there. I mean, I'd be more willing to oppose toll lanes that intersect within our city.
Or how about both?
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
So, Warren, could you rephrase that again, please?
So it would be freeways that are within, I guess, the county that are funded by Measure M or Measure M2 funds.
And connecting freeways?
And adjacent freeways to the city of Los Alamitos.
Or should we just end any freeway that impacts the city of Los Alamitos?
That's fine.
Okay. So that shows up twice.
Page 10.
On the next page, on page 10, it shows up again. That was all I had. Does anybody else have any other comments?
On page 10, under the Joint Forces Training Base, there's a reference about support and pursue funding measures that maintain an equitable future for the city's swimming pool at the Joint Forces Training Base. My understanding is that at some point this year, that no longer really is the city's pool. And do we want to, I'm not sure what we're looking for there. If the city maintained ownership of it, then I would say yes. If the city doesn't, I'm not really sure from Parks and Recreation how, I mean, are we going to continue to try and pursue funding for that facility if we're not specifically responsible for it?
I would be willing to take out the word pursue and just support funding measures if something comes on a ballot to improve anything on the base because of its location in our city. I think we would want to support it, maybe not pursue it, but definitely support it.
Even if it's a biofuel plant or something?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, Dean. I mean, especially after some of the staff reports I've seen on the pool, it's pretty grim.
Yeah, and I think it, this, I don't know if this was an addition last year, but it would have been certainly applicable last year as we're talking about the possibility of reaching out to the legislators to support funding. So it kind of depends on what happens after the expiration of the lease on February 29th.
I think Councilmember Hasselbrink's probably on the right of just support funding measures that maintain an equitable future for the Joint Forces Training Base and eliminate swimming pool and.
So just elimination of and pursue?
And pursue, and then.
Swimming pool.
Striking swimming pool at.
Swimming pool. For the swimming.
So it would read support funding measures that maintain an equitable future for the city at the Joint Force Training Base. Is how it would read.
Okay. Everybody in agreement with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think on page 12, it looks like it's somewhat cut and paste errors or copy paste error on page 12 at the very end.
Yeah.
So that probably can be stricken. Unless it's a different section. Oh, maybe that's federal platform. Beg your pardon. So probably would stay as federal versus state. Is that the difference?
Yes.
So just
use
make
the
that
same
first
language in
bullet point the same language,
Yeah.
Okay. So with that, I will move this item, item G.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No? Okay. We'll go to number 9. As soon as I can find it.
Look how fast we're going.
9A, adopt ordinance 2015-10, amending section 8.12.015 of the city's municipal code, which would allow for city solid waste services contract to be extended without a formal request for proposal services.
Thank you, esteemed mayor and
You're
city
welcome.
council. Can I say esteemed mayor?
Wow.
I wanted to try it once.
Yeah.
It didn't work, it didn't flow at all.
This is a second reading of an ordinance which was introduced at the last council meeting regarding the city's solid waste services contract and consideration to be extended without a formal request for proposal. And Administrative Services Director Jason Alimon will give the staff report. We did include this time in the second reading calendar, which in the event we're seeking some direction tonight from the council, and in the event that you wanted to consider going out to bid rather than extending out the existing agreement, we have a calendar that's included in the staff report. So Jason, just with that introduction, if you can go into the report.
Good evening once again, Council. So as Brett mentioned, last month the City Council conducted a first reading of Ordinance 2015-10, which proposes a change to the city's municipal code that would allow for the city's solid waste services contract to be extended without a formal request for proposal or RFP process. If the council adopts the ordinance would go into effect 30 days later, which means the city council could approve an extension to the contract with consolidated disposal as early as March. Alternatively, the city council could direct staff to begin the RFP process for a new solid waste services contract. As outlined in the staff report, it could take approximately 51 weeks, or basically a year, from the point at which staff begins the RFP process to when service could begin with the new contractor. And since our contract with Consolidated expires at the end of this calendar year, staff requests that the City Council provide direction on whether or not the council desires to extend the contract with CDS or whether staff should begin the RFP process now. Staff believes that it would be best for the city and its residents if the contract with CDS was extended for 5 years through 2021. The reasons are outlined in the staff report, but I'll list a couple of them. One example, as outlined in the staff report, is that the city's current contract provides for franchise fee revenue and other recovery charges and savings to the city at approximately $121 per household, which is more than twice than the amount that the city of Cypress receives on a per household basis each year. Conversely, the residential rate in Los Alamitos is the lowest in the county with respect to the net revenue it provides the waste hauler, which we believe indicates that the residential customers are receiving excellent service at an exceptional value. In addition, the city's commercial rates are also very competitive. In fact, commercial rates in Los Alamitos are better than over half of the cities in Orange County. If the ordinance is adopted and the contract is extended in March, the city could eliminate the expense associated with an RFP process, which we've estimated to be approximately $80,000. In addition, the city could lock in the same benefits that its residents have enjoyed over the past several years, including free street sweeping services and household hazardous waste pickup. I believe Mark McGee and Matt Nicholas from Republic Services are here tonight to answer any questions that the council might have, and at this point, I'll turn it over to the council.
Okay, thank you. Open up for public comment, please.
Good evening. My name's Mark McGee from Republic Services, and I just wanted to take a quick minute to, again, thank you for hearing this item tonight, and to let you know that we're proud to serve in Los Alamitos, and hope that we're able to reach an agreement and continue that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? George?
Well, I have a few issues with some of the comments that were made by Jason. Number one, the monies that are paid for the RFP process and the trash bidding. Last time in the city of Los Alamitos, if I'm not mistaken, they were paid back by Republic. So there's no out-of-pocket cost for the cities in this process. That was about 6 years ago. I think if you guys want to look at extending this thing with Republic, there are a lot of issues. They just had a huge bloodletting at corporate. There's no more area president. They cut out 10 areas out of 20 just last Friday. They're letting people go left and right. I'm the CEO of a company that serves the city of Cypress now, Valley Vista Services. I'm one of the owners. I've hired some of the best people that were at Republic before. They're not working for me. They were either let go or they left the company. I think if you want to extend this thing, I'd give them a couple of years, go year by year, and ask them for some funds. You know, they should be paying $250,000 a year for the right to extend this thing. You guys should also be receiving free bulky item pickups. Your trash hauler should be servicing your parks, your bus stops, all the trash cans on your arterial streets. That's what we're doing in Cypress now. So there's a lot more you can get out of this thing. So I wouldn't just extend this thing. I would negotiate with Republic. I wouldn't give them 5 years. I'd give them 1 year increments. That's what I would suggest. If we were able to bid on this thing, if we were awarded the contract, we'd pay $500,000 up front. There are huge budget issues. I know I'm part of the city. And I'd be willing to do that to help with the budgetary matters that face us right now. It's a far cry from dealing with parking meters that we discussed earlier. So those are some of the comments that I have as a, more than two hats are obviously, as a property owner and someone that's in the waste industry. They've gone through, let's see, 7 area presidents in 8 years. Excuse me, 3 area presidents in 5 years, 7 area general managers in the last 8 years. That's crazy. There's no stability. Now with this bloodletting last Friday, I don't know what's going to happen. You know, Mark's a good guy. I've known him for a long time. Mark's a gentleman. He's a smart guy. He's a great guy. Mark and I have known each other, what, 30 years? You know, fortunately, Mark's been there long enough where he can probably retire, you know. But there's no guarantee that even Mark's going to be there. They just keep canning people left and right. You know, and as you guys know, I was a consultant for the company for a while, and when Russell Dix was area president, who Mark and I both know and loved, he's gone. There's no stability there anymore. The company's done a 180, and the company is no longer what I stood in front of the council 18 years ago and represented when I transferred the ownership of my company to Republic, and the Terraminas that Mark used to work for, they did too. It's changed dramatically. It's not the same company any longer. It's totally different. All the former owners are gone. There are people that are working in the company that they don't know this community. They have no vested interest. All the guys that had a vested interest in the community are gone. So I would think the best thing for the community, as a property owner in the community, and someone's been here for 2 generations, 50 years, that, you know, give them a couple of 1-year extensions and ask them to pay for it. I think they'll step up and pay for it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the council. Comments? Dean, would you like to start?
Well, I'd like to, I guess, talk to the city attorney in terms of the agreement. My understanding was the initial franchise was 6 years, based on staff report that terminates December of this year, but the city is allowed to renew the contract for an additional term of up to 5 years. So the suggestion that we do this on a year-by-year basis, is that something that we have the latitude to do?
Jason, can you point me to the exact section I was looking for it, to see the exact language?
I'm working off of page 2 on the staff report.
No, on the,
Yeah.
understand, in the agreement itself. Lengthy contract.
While you're looking on that, you know, the changes that have occurred since Mark's been the area guy for us have been significant, and it's beneficial. The problems that we had initially with some of the prior area folks, I would have said not even extended at this point, but I'm receptive to extending it. I am concerned, and maybe you can share, you know, the what do you think your future is? I mean, if we extend this a full 5 years, is there some guarantee that you're still here in 5 years?
Yes, there is.
I guess there's no guarantee in life, you know, but.
Very good point and a good question. And, you know, as George mentioned, we've known each other for a long time. We're obviously coming at this from a different perspective. But yes, we, from a corporate standpoint, recently did announce a change. Basically, a very positive change. We are extremely excited about it from the standpoint that when you can take a large company such as Republic Services, which is over 30,000 employees, you can have a top structure that can kind of make it a little bit cumbersome to work. So we originally went from 4 regions to 3 regions and have now, as even George mentioned, but it is public information, we are narrowing that down to basically 10 solid areas with 3 executive vice presidents that will manage those 10 areas. It has created, in the message coming right from our chief executive officer, is that this affects no field personnel, and basically what we are going to accomplish by this is to make our field more nimble and more able to address issues that come up with our contracts and agreements and things like that. So we're actually quite encouraged by it. This is my 39th year. Still have an 18-year-old at home. Plan on working a little longer. But it's a great industry and it's a great company. Okay. And I appreciate your comments about the area specifically over the last couple of years. Getting involved in Los Alamitos has been a great experience. You know, being able to connect with city staff, and then also, all more importantly, Johnny over at the Chamber, who's just done a tremendous job, and you know, we work together greatly, you know, often, and to try to accomplish as much community outreach as we possibly can.
And
Look forward to that.
that's appreciated.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Gross. The language is in section 2.02 of the current agreement, and it says the contract may be renewed for an additional term of up to 5 years at city's sole option. So without having read through the entire contract, line by line, it's my interpretation that I don't think you could go year by year unless the waste hauler wanted to do that as well, unless that was mutual. So you could pick 3 years, you could pick 4 years. But then I think there's a question as to whether you could unilaterally say, now we'll go another year.
I guess from the perspective then with staff, it's a little hard to figure what the pros and the cons are in terms of doing that extension. You know, at the very first agreement, there were a variety of items that were included on a yearly basis, money that helped support some of the things that the chamber was doing. It was $15,000 that went toward the fireworks. We continue to have concerns from the standpoint of the fireworks show if that's something that's going to be financially viable. Are those same terms part of this if it's extended?
Yes, it's same terms of the existing agreement if it's extended.
Mr. Mayor, if I can have a point of order, and with all due respect to Councilmember Gross, we're talking about not the contract, but just the change of the ordinance, right? The contract renewal may or may not come up at a future date, right?
No.
Direction.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, the agenda is for 2 separate items, isn't it? Yes. It's
Okay.
one, the ordinance amendment, and in point of order, though, if the council doesn't approve the ordinance, then the discussion we're having now may be moot. But the second item on the agenda was
Thank
to
you.
say whether you'd go. Okay, you got it.
Yeah, thank you.
Dean, you want to continue?
No, I'm
Okay.
I think my questions have been answered at this point.
Shelley?
I'm just reading over this. You know, I looked at the newest trash contract that just came up, which was Cypress, and looking at some of the cost recovery revenues that they've received, and it's still substantially less than what we currently have. If you take, after the franchise fee, they get about $213,000 in cost recovery fees from roadway to water pollution to sales tax guarantee, where our current contract, we get $325,000. You know, for a city our size, that's a real good deal. And I know years ago the process might have been flawed of how we got here, but this contract is a good contract to be the second lowest in Orange County for a city of 12,000 people. It is, I just don't know what we'd be doing, going out to bid and expecting anything substantially lower. You know, right now, we have the, let's see, the annual amount of revenue per household is $121. If we match what Cyprus has, it brings it down to about $52.51 per household. Once again, I'm not sure what we're gaining by not just continuing on for the next 5 years with this. The other thing that I read about was having its own landfill and the positive points of that with future legislation and everything else. So I would be in support of, I think we've got a good deal, I think we have good service. I haven't heard many complaints at all, and that would probably be my position right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I guess on the complaint side, Brett, can you give us just an idea, I mean, from the community's perspective, what type of feedback? I know they have a call center, stuff like that. What do we hear in the quality or the service levels?
We have had, at the staff level, very good service, very few complaints, very good response on turnaround time. I mean, recently, as we introduced this item, we had heard some additional complaints on the household hazardous waste side. We've brought that to the attention of Mark. I think that they've addressed that and that they are going to make sure they address that going forward. But I mean, we've been, staff, very happy with the results, very happy with the turnaround time, and have not received very many complaints over the term of the agreement from the outside, from the residents or the businesses.
Yeah, I agree with Shelley. I lived the first 6 years ago, and George did too. So it, going through this process, it was not a fun process to go through. And when it got to the end, it was really tough, and it had a significant impact on the city, had a significant impact on the relationships up here and their ability to get stuff done. For me, being on the council has been about trying to get the city to a stable point, and stability is important so we can focus on things that need to be focused on over time. The rates, the data speaks a story. The residential rates at the lowest, barring Irvine, which gets 1 cent lower than anybody. The commercial is reasonable, and for the duration, with all of the benefits that come with this, I guess I'm also a little bit concerned legally that looking for hybrid ways, this is a very square deal. If we extend this thing, it's extended. If we start cherry picking it, it's potentially susceptible to be voided, and it's subject to the trash hauler if we start adding different provisions. I'm like Shelley, I'm very supportive of the direction that we're at, and I'd rather focus on other things for the next couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you. Warren?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, firstly, I do want to apologize to Mr. McGee. You did call me back. I was one of the complaints on household hazardous waste, and I think there'd been a change in the procedure, which I was unaware of. And I do appreciate your attempt to get it picked up, but I did wait till the subsequent month because I felt that that's what's the right thing to do. So I do appreciate you reaching out, taking care of it, and I just had to wait an extra month to get it resolved. I did have an issue prior to that a few years ago where it took 3 months of trying, but it was just a matter of, I think, your company fulfilling their quota for that particular month, and I had to delay it yet another month. So I think it's been a great experience in terms of being able to have household hazardous waste picked up. And then I think the one thing I do want to just mention, there has been, I guess, a pattern change in our neighborhood that I think the one of the waste cans is picked up late in the afternoon where it used to be in the morning, but there was some concerns of the residents about it not getting picked up, but eventually they come around. But I think that in retrospect, looking all at what we have and what I'll say the tremendous staff effort, and then even prior to this award, it did require, I think, an ad hoc committee of the council to be involved, to be very hands-on dealing with staff and the consultant. It is a very laborious process, and I think, as the others have said, it looks like to be a very good deal cost-wise for our residents. The service is good. I think Consolidated has been there and picking up as we need them, and I do appreciate what they're doing. So I think I'm in favor of many of the ordinance and then not going through the RFP process at this time. I think what this will do is allow us that chance to really get the other parts of the code cleaned up and then really prepare the council and the next council the ability to go out there and come up with an RFP that will be comparable to the deal we have. So with that, I'll back to you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, number one, I'm in agreement with extending the contract. My only question at this point really has to do with the, not a question for you, an open question, is the stability of the company that was brought up by the other speaker. My personal preference would be to give this a month. We really don't need to extend this right now, right?
If the second reading is approved tonight, then the ordinance goes into effect in 30 days, and then we would come back with a consideration for extension in March.
Okay.
So we would prefer to get direction if it's going to be extended out now. I mean, if the council wants to go out with an RFP, that's why we put this in here, so we can get it now.
At my request, I was the one who requested a timeline, because, if it's going to take a year, obviously we would have to get started. But you're saying that the actual vote on the extension would be a month away?
Yeah, if the second reading is approved tonight, then 30 days it goes into effect, and then we bring it back, the extension in March, the March meeting.
Okay, well, that'll give me enough time to figure out what I need to see anyway, so. Should we take this in 2 steps, or we handle it in 1?
No.
Any other comments?
I do have one other question.
Please.
And I brought it up to the city manager several times, and I'm still not clear on the legal side of things. The agreement we have is an exclusive agreement for picking up trash in the city of Los Alamitos. And there is an open, competitive agreement for bins, for construction bins, and I believe there's 5 or 6 potential vendors. And as I've explained to the city manager, the school district has taken it upon themselves to hire an outside company to pick up trash at the school sites. I'm concerned from the legal standpoint if that's a violation of the exclusivity, if you will, of the ordinance as it relates to the current agreement with Consolidated/Republic. And secondly, we have, and Consolidated has worked with us to make sure that the diversion rates to the waste facilities has been addressed from a legal standpoint. And I watch the trucks come in to the various school districts and pick up, and there's wear and tear on the streets, the same as any trash truck is doing. It's probably the most difficult vehicle impacting the area. And I question the legality of our agreement with Consolidated that allows another entity within the city to do what they want to do. And if that's allowed, then what prevents the Joint Forces Base from deciding they want to go with that other company? What's the potential for Trend to make that same decision? And is Republic and / Consolidated protected, or are we being had here in some way? Because we get nothing from the school district for allowing that other trash company into the city. We don't know what they're doing with the trash they're picking up in relationship. Are we getting credit for the diversion that's going on? And lastly, we don't get anything for the wear and tear on our streets. My question was originally addressed through the city manager, who said the school district said it was cheaper, but I don't know how it can be cheaper. And regardless, I think the city is being violated. This agreement is being violated in the process. And if everybody's fair in what's going on, then we should be definitely looking into that from the standpoint we should be recovering costs from the school district if that's deemed to be allowed, because our streets are being impacted the same way.
Mr. Mayor, council members, that's something that I hate to give the answer that I need to come back with you for an answer on that, but it's not something I'd be prepared to respond to tonight with a definitive answer.
I am not surprised. However, I think it would be appropriate to bring that back to us and let us know.
We certainly will. I've been taking notes all night to make sure that Carrie gets an immediate report on what took place on the
be Carrie's
highlight
job.
items.
Yeah.
So we will be on top of this.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No.
Sure.
Make a motion to adopt the ordinance 2015-10.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Actually, so question here, do we really need to address 2 now? Unless we were to give you direction to get started, if it looks like everybody's in favor of it, we really don't vote at this time, is that correct?
Well, we would seek direction on that item number 2 from the council. The timing is advantageous for us to get it now.
I think everybody was in agreement, correct? That,
So in absence of direction, there's no RFP, correct?
yeah.
Right.
So I think it's what the mayor's saying, so
That's correct.
I don't think I get direction.
The mayor was trying to say that, he wasn't doing very good.
I think it's the cold meds. Yeah, the cold meds have kicked in.
Okay, so we're good there. Why don't we go on to C, a little out of order. Public comment, please, staff report first, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Corey Lakin, the Recreation and Community Services Director, will give the report. This is a special events overview of events that took place over the last calendar year and upcoming events for this current calendar year, 2016. Corey? PowerPoint up and running here.
He's doing something.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak about several of the events that took place in 2015 and what's on the horizon for some of the highlights of 2016. Put together a extensive, but I will be brief, PowerPoint on some of the events that took place in 2015. And if you have any questions, feel free to interrupt me along the way. One of the beginning of the year we start, and this is in chronological order, so I'll just start with that. January 26th was our senior volunteer luncheon. It's actually coming up again at the end of this month, where the Los Alamitos Senior Club and the city recognized several of the volunteers who assist with the Los Alamitos Senior Club throughout the year. Approximately 40 or so seniors volunteer hundreds and hundreds of hours of their own time to help with lunches, excursions, fundraisers, celebrations, special events, dances, and presentations. The race on the base, which I'm sure you're all registered for already.
Excuse me, Corey,
Yes,
could you just list them? If anybody has any questions, we'll stop you.
Sure. You want me just to
Any
list?
objections?
No.
Okay. Yeah, just list them, and then if anybody has any questions on any specific event, we'll stop you.
Okay. So our race on the base, hopefully you're all registered, February 27th and 28th. This coming year is going to be our 35th anniversary. On April the 4th last year was our spring carnival featuring the egg hunt. The senior prom took place last year, June 27th, and our music and movie event series. We had 4 of those last year. This year we are looking to do 4 again, 2 in July and 2 in August. The 4th of July Fireworks Spectacular, which you were all a part of. The Coyote Creek park dedication was July 21st. October 15th was the movie screening of Fear No Fruit. October 19th was the Los Alamitos Volunteer Program recognition. The 24th was the Trunk or Treat featuring the treasure hunt. September 24th was the Employee Service Awards, followed by Winter Wonderland. That was December 5th. December 8th was the Commission Dinner, and December 15th was the Holiday Decorating Contest. Do you want me to get into some of what's to come in 2016? Sorry?
Anything new?
Our newest proposal for a new event. Obviously, we have several exciting things for some of our other events to enhance them, because that's definitely a goal of ours, is to enhance our events. So for the Race on the Base, we are adding the free concert on Friday night, as well as the Glow Run. The Spring Carnival, we're looking to have some improved games and possibly a pancake breakfast. Our music and movie event series, we're looking to take the show on the road out to several different parks rather than all at Laurel and at the pool. And that was recommended and approved by the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Arts Commission. And the Winter Wonderland at the Plaza, we want to celebrate our 5th anniversary, as well as enhancements to possibly expand that. A Weekend of the Art in Los Alamitos. This is a brand new event that is being proposed. Staff have worked diligently with the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Arts Commission for several months now on developing this brand new program. Commissioner Bell has really led the charge with his extensive experience in the arts, and the commission is fully supportive of introducing Weekend of Art in Los Alamitos to bring about a 3-day visual art exhibition at the end of April, beginning of May, to enable those who are engaged in the I believe it's 9 visual arts to be able to have the opportunity to exhibit their pieces. We're asking for an appropriation of $5,000 to help aid in kicking off this first event. Our goal is to make it an annual event and expand upon it down the road, but we'd like to get it established this year. And Commissioner Bell has offered his curating expertise and will be our guest curator for this year, but we're very excited for the opportunity, and the commission has recommended that we seek an appropriation rather than seeking sponsors and vendors, but we really try and make it a grassroots this year and seek the expenses from the council. And you were all given a spreadsheet on the fiscal impact of all of the events, and Weekend of the Art is not included in there because this basically goes over the 2015 events. And all the annual events are currently budgeted. They're budgeted to a certain extent, that basically the budget that we've been given over the last several years, but typically staff seeks sponsors and vendors to help offset some of the additional costs and several of the enhancements every year. With that, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have on the question. So, thank you for the staff report. So, Corey, on the art, could you flip the page back to the that one, Weekend of Art? So the question, I'm excited about this. So that I'm not trying to poke holes in it, but from a timing standpoint, and then or perhaps do you have a projection of how many artists might be having things on display? Is there some thought to that? Or is this all going to be kind of blind and not knowing what you're going to get?
I think a little of both. I think the commission and staff are hopeful for several entries. We've used Commissioner Bell as kind of a sounding board, and he's given us several suggestions on where to advertise and market.
Okay, so I'm going to have some suggestions there. So the other question I have in terms of timing for this thing, and then relative to the Orange County Fair, because they do have art exhibits there, does this kind of mesh up with that anything that might be in here might be an entry for the Orange County Fair? Or is there a timing difference, so?
I think for us, one of the big things on timing was trying to look at the calendars of the school district and several other organizations. We tried really hard to find a weekend. We had proposed to the commission to do something in late spring or in early fall.
But my question is really more of, let's say that at May 1st is all said and done, it's over for us, but then does that then that art piece might be then an entry into the Orange County Fair? Or consideration of that? That's the question I'm asking. What are those deadlines? And was that considered by them?
I don't know what the deadlines
So
are.
that might be something to look into. Okay. The other, I guess, kind of circling back to content, if you will, for that. The PTA here has the Reflections program, and it's all kinds of art. And so you might find a very rich field to harvest from if you contact the PTAs. And there's a lot of participation at the lower levels, elementary grade, some at the middle, and then high school has not been as strong a participation. It kind of varies, but there are some places to outreach, so contact the local PTAs and find out if you can get some exhibits. With that, back to you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
I think they actually displayed at the Orange County Fair too, didn't they? I know I've seen them displayed in different locations.
Yeah. It's a first, but I forgot public comment, so let me open it up. If anybody would like to speak, please.
I was a judge for Reflections this year.
Okay.
And so what we discovered was that one of the inhibiting factors for the students was that they didn't feel like they had an open place to be judged, oddly enough. So this, you'll notice, is free. There's no charge to anyone, and it's open to all age groups. We're not making a distinction between young artists and other ones. Mm-hmm. And the idea is to find out. The fact that this is a free event is highly unusual compared to fairs and everything. There's always some sort of a fee. So we think that if we can do this with visual art this year and get it going properly, that we'll be able to develop this into performing arts in the following years. But to get it set in the minds of people is our intention, that there is an art weekend in Los Alamitos that's all our own.
Thank you. Any other comments? Josh?
So just to add to your point, Councilor Matsumoto, last year's deadline for entries for the Orange County Fair were June 1st.
Oh, okay. So
this should hopefully be on there too. And then from what I understand from Commissioner Bell, is that many artists will enter multiple pieces at multiple times. So this should hopefully be lots of art in the area.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Last chance. Troy?
Yeah, I'm very interested in this. And kind of question I had is, you know, part of our Parks and Recreation program is we have a portraiture class and a couple of different art classes. And, you know, they, at least once a year, they'll have a kind of an exhibit where you can go to the community center and you can go in and see, and they've been judged, and you can kind of see who's doing what. And some of it is really, really good. So I was just kind of curious, is there a feeder from, you know, the thing that I feel is missing, because I follow art outside of here, you know, what is the anchor for this? Is it, you know, if you're a serious person, you see this, I mean, it's a fancy brochure. Weekend of Art, is it, you know, the best that the elementary school kids can do? Is it the best from the high school? Is it serious artists? Is it, you know, would I want to take time out? I get that type of art for 18 years with my kids. I don't know if that's what we're talking about. I mean, I really want to know how I'm going to spend my time and what to expect. I do understand the PR thing, but so I start thinking about the anchor event. You know, I'll go to Pasadena, I'll go somewhere if I know that there's been like something that showcased, like the winner of the Pasadena, you know, art process that got in. That is like the anchor. Hey, come out and see this. Versus the byproduct of a kind of a non-described event that we've never had before. Or the portraiture class, you know, the winner of that is actually, you know, we marquee, so that there's some sort of anchor to this event. it just seems like, and then where is something like that? You know, that this type of a crowd, from my perspective, is a little bit different. You know, sometimes it's part of the event of it's a social thing. People want to come and talk through. So where is this event? Is it in the community center? Is it in here? Is it traveling across? Is it at the museum? You know, if you really want to create an event that's got a lasting impression, then what is the vision for where it ends up? Because, you know, if it's out in the parking lot and it's not really a very cool event, then, you know, it could be the best art and no one comes. So I don't know. I guess the $5,000 no-brainer, I'm in. I'll vote for it right now. I just wish that we could get a little bit more of a profile. I'd even be, I know Councilmember Hasselbrink has this vision of really trying to get behind events and actually fund them, so we're not pillaging the businesses for constantly wanting to get money to do stuff in our community, to actually set a budget aside. I think this is a great event. I love the initiative. Thank you so much for you and Josh, your commission. But I really want, maybe I want it too lofty, but I think this, to me, doesn't give me enough to tell me where we're going. And the last thing I would say, because I'm involved with, you know, COSTA and some of these others, well, even at the museum, one of the docents over there, their kid was involved with Disney. So that there's actually art involved in our museum that actually could be profiled, and those artists, we actually use them a little bit to raise money for St. Isidore, and we'll have an evening with the artists or wine with the artists. And if you go deep in this community, you'd be really surprised at some high-profile artists that live in this community. That, you know, you would, if you really kind of wire that thing in, it could be a lot more. But this is excitement talking. I don't know what you guys will end up doing. Whatever you do, I 100% support. I just, you know, I would like to try and see a little bit more structure if we could, and we'll stay the heck out of your way and do whatever you guys do. Thanks.
That's exactly what we thought too. Yeah. And what we're thinking is that if we celebrate art, if we celebrate visual art to start with, what we're actually doing is hoping, and we'll do the publicity. We're going to work hard on this to get the established artists to participate, to get the people who already are participating in classes in our community center involved with it also, but also to leave an open space for the kids and for the people who are amateurs who want to become better. We have a wonderful reception on Sunday night where the awards will be given, and we're going to treat it in quite a formal way. So we think we're going to accomplish pretty much just that.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Shelley?
And like with Troy, I love this idea. I mean, I think it's something our community wants. I would love to approve that tonight and send it back to the commission and say, chew out the details. You know, is it going to be interactive? Are we going to have some painting workshops, some photography classes? I mean, different things, make it interactive for people to keep coming back. But like I say, this is a great event. Thank you for the commission for bringing something tangible for us to approve and say, go back and iron out the details. And I think it could happen, definitely. But Troy kind of spoiled my thunder a little bit, but I'll bring it up now. For a discussion item, when this came up, and I had been thinking about this for a while, you know, we have, I would say out of all of our events, we have 4 other events with the addition of this possible weekend of art. Spring Carnival, the music and movie nights, the Trunk or Treat, the Winter Wonderland. You know, those are predominantly attended by LaSalle residents. They're now community-based traditions that are solidified and should be funded in our city budget, but instead we've asked Corey and his staff to go get sponsors. And last year he did $158,000 worth of sponsorship, which is phenomenal. What I'm concerned about is businesses are constantly being asked to sponsor city programs, and then we stand up here and say the city of Los Alamitos presents Winter Wonderland or other things. And I think we're in a good spot now where we could look at some of these local events, these community traditions, and bring it back to us and have us fund that. I looked at those 4, now the 5 events, and as we move through budget season and the budget committee, I would love to be able to try and put something up there where we can give Corey, you know, a budget of $40,000 to make sure that these events stay traditions, that we're not depending solely on businesses although we would never turn away sponsorships, I would love to take those business dollars and put them towards some of the larger events. It benefits the businesses because they get bigger impressions for their marketing dollars, and, you know, we're able to fund some of the smaller, more traditional-based stuff. You know, my main goal is to just make sure that the community traditions continue the legacy with or without the sponsorships. So I would just like to leave that with the rest of my colleagues as we move through the budget season for something for next year's budget, but then also support this year of the $5,000 to get this off the ground and going.
Thank you. Dean?
Well, I was pleased when Michael came and we selected him for the commission. We used to have a photography exhibit, and we've had different things in the past. We had some very, from the performing arts side of it, we had some very active folks on the Cultural Arts Commission before they combined. So you're proving our value in putting you on the commission to bring some of this about. And I hear what my colleagues are saying in terms of, you know, the vision, the long term, and everything else. It's got to start somewhere. I kind of wonder the free to enter thing as opposed to a nominal fee of some sort, because if it works, are we setting a precedent? We started that with Wings, Wheels, and Rotors, that it was free to enter, free parking, and it's very difficult now to meet some of the expenses with that same kind of approach, where a nominal fee, you know, for a youngster of $1 or something to that effect, at least there's something there where they're buying into, as opposed to simply mom and dad bringing them and saying, you know, let's do this. That would be my only thought in regards to that. We may be too far down the planning stage at this particular point to look at that, but thank you for bringing it forward and helping to shepherd it and get it started. It can only grow from here, so thank you.
And Michael, I too echo Dean that when you presented your credentials and we were able to put you on the commission, I was hoping that exactly something like this would come. And I think you're going to have the vision to keep it classy, and I really think that this could really become a signature event over the next couple of years, just as Winter Wonderland grew from 500 people maybe the first year to 3,000 to 4,000. I think there's a lot of demand in our city for this, and I'd like to offer whatever support we can to help you. And Josh, thanks the commission for bringing us down, you know, this path. I know it's put in a lot of work, and very excited about this event. And I have no artistic ability, so it.
Yeah, so you shouldn't be giving a mayor's award somewhere down the path either. Yeah, yeah, we should delegate that maybe, but.
Would you like it?
No. Thinking the pro tem might be a better pick.
Nobody recognizes a pro tem tonight. We're still councilwoman.
Yeah, tell me about it. I know that. Yeah.
Okay, so can we have a motion for the $5,000, please?
So move.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Go get them. Good luck. You're welcome. We'll go back to B. Then we go from fine art to accounting. That's what a drop off.
Oh, I'm not sure what to do on just the idea that I brought up about throwing that into the future budgets for 2016-17 budget for looking at those 5 events and throwing them in as whether we have an internal service fund that we create or something that just where we're not solely dependent on. We tell Corey to go do this, and he's like, I don't have any more sponsors to go after. I just want to make sure that the pressure's off him so he can concentrate on making these events better as opposed to funding these events.
I'm support. I mean, I didn't mean to steal your thunder. You brought it up to me and said, "Hey, this is something you wanted to shepherd." I'm very supportive of doing that. At least as a planning item, you would just put it in as a something in your criteria for the budget workshops. Then Rich and I, when we do our ad hoc, we'll just program it in, and then the rest of the council can decide.
Yeah, if there's a consensus of the council to do that, we can take it to the budget standing committee and then take it through the budget process if it goes
I would
further.
like to do that.
Okay.
Consensus to do that on those 5 events. Okay.
All right. Fiscal year, CAFR, audit report.
Thank you,
Brett?
Mayor and City Council. Jason Alamam will do a brief staff report on this item to talk about the fiscal year 2014-2015 audit and results. And we also have a representative from the audit firm that's here tonight as well. Jason?
Good evening, members of the council. The city's auditors, Lansall and Lunghard, or LSL, recently completed their audit of the city's financial statements for the fiscal year 2014-15. LSL issued an unmodified, or what we call a clean opinion, which can be found on pages 1 to 3 of the city's comprehensive annual financial report, which is provided in attachment 1. LSL also issued a report on the city's appropriation limit and on the city's internal controls, which can also be found in attachments 2 and 3. As noted in both reports, no exceptions or findings were noted during the course of the audit. And this is significant because last year we did have a couple of findings that were noted by the previous auditors that were resolved in the current year, so I wanted to bring that to your attention. And the auditors have also issued a letter that outlines required communications related to the audit, which can be found in attachment 4. As Brett mentioned, Maria Luisa Valdez, an audit manager from LSL, is here tonight and is available if the City Council has any questions for the auditor. And at this time, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Any comments?
Yeah, I have a couple. Before I get into the detail, did the audit fees were something that were a discussion point? Where did we end up with the budget on completing the audit, and did we end up having to do any alternative change orders on top of that?
They were able to do the audit within the all-inclusive maximum price agreed upon on the front end.
Okay. The rest of my comments are just observations I just wanted to share when I went through the audit report. And something I'd like to ask the audit manager before we get into this too far, kind of fresh eyes looking at this from your perspective. You know, the clean audit or the perspective that there's nothing there, but you know, for us, it's healthy to have a kind of a new, fresh look at this. I don't know if you actually were the specific audit manager or the person they volunteered to sit for 5 hours in a council meeting until it was
No.
time to come up.
I know, right?
Yeah. So, but
No, I was.
Talk to just your perspective. You came in, talk to us a little bit about the audit, and you know, kind of this city as compared to others that you've looked at, and how did our staff interact through that process? Just honestly.
Well, there's definitely a lot.
Yeah.
We go in July and we go over your cash receipts, disbursements, and payroll and CFA. We kind of look over your internal controls. We believe that you have maintained a good internal control framework. So that's kind of like our fresh eyes. I know there was a new finance director too, and this year was a huge effort because of GASB 68. We did the net pension liability, getting your actuarial. But we really want to commend and thank your finance staff and Jason and their finance staff because they were really quick on everything, and we had a lot of lead time and prep time to get this audit done. I hope, did that answer your question? It was more, I mean,
because one of the questions I have is one of your charts in here on the audit for the pension funds was a little confusing to me, but I will get to that. But yeah, I was just curious at the highest level. You know, going through, you know, this is the first time in a couple years we've actually made the audit deadline, which is you know, seems like that should be easy, but it for some reason it hasn't been, and so you guys did a great job. I think at a minimum just checking off got it done on time. But then, you know, was there any issues? Because for some reason, for many years, we really had a hard time hitting that date, and you know, you brand new come in and you hit it, so good.
Yeah, it was one of the difficulties we had with the previous audit firm, and one of the things we really wanted in the new audit firm, and they were very cooperative in working with Jason and his staff. And the other good news is that we were able to submit for the Government Finance Officers Association Award for the first time in 3 or 4 or 5 years.
I think 6 years.
6
Yeah.
years. Okay, so that's very good news for the city, and hopefully we will get the award and something worth publicizing. Getting a positive press out of that one as well.
Yeah.
And to outline the question that you said about any disagreements or if there was any like delays, that would usually be outlined in the auditor communication letter, which I think you have in your packet. So we didn't find any disagreements, and they were prompt.
Okay.
And we worked with the auditors on the front end in terms of communicating and working on the timeline. I didn't start with the city until November of 2014, so the audit had already started and was underway when I came on board. And so I made sure that we had the books closed earlier than they were the prior year. And so we were able to work with the auditors, get the audit underway earlier on in the process, which I think helped us get things done in a more timely manner as well.
Yeah, I know at like 10:45, everybody up here is probably going, God, please stop, Troy. But the last thing that I mean, I've been waiting all night for this. But anyway, so a couple interesting findings that I wanted to kind of share. So if you guys wouldn't mind, so if you go to page 135. Yeah, I overlooked the parking thing and actually stayed on something I know. No, it was interesting. So this schedule, you can see, is kind of the second half of a schedule that they put together on operating indicators by function. When I first ran for city council a long time ago, this is a document that I pulled to try to understand how does the city operate, and is it healthy, and could I make a difference? And and starting with the reserves and then getting to, this section is a bit of an improvement because we didn't have a lot of good indicators to be able to see what is the health of this. And if you had seen it from 2005, 6, and 3 and 4 till now, not to say that this was great work on their part. The data is really impressive and very helpful, and they've done a great job of putting it together. But so if you go to this table on page 134, 135, and you go to 135, tonight in council comments, and one of the things that we're going to talk about, hopefully I'm going to ask that we bring it up on the agenda for next time, is the pool and the operating. So if you look on the table on page 134 and you say the number of enrollees in aquatics, and you see that 122,000, and it gets to 211, 215, and then you get to the next page, 235,000. Do you guys see that? You realize that 235,000 people cycle through our aquatics program a year. And, we hear that we're right on the verge of losing the pool. And if you look at this and you say 235,000, that drops off, that leaves about 63,000 people that get served by our Parks and Recreation community. We're going to go to almost dropping 80% of our business base in the next 6 months, possibly by the end of February. If Corey can't do his job there. Not really. But, definitely a contract negotiation. No pressure. But I got to be honest, when you look at that and you go, Shelley's talking about, hey, the future of, these programs and what is the city going to spend its time and money and resources on. This is one of the most powerful indicators that each one of those 235,000 people were people that paid fees to be a part of the programs, and we staffed to a level to maintain that. So when I look at this, it's like a water over the face, is that, you take a look at this stuff and you think, man, our business space is getting ready to be cut tremendously in the pool and the aquatics. When we sit back and we say, and I'm staying on the agenda item because I'm not going to go too far, but using this data, when I'm sitting there looking at, city manager, based on this report of our customer base, do we even throw another dollar in the pool past February 29th when this expends, if there's really no hope in the future? Back to the legislative platform, it's all connected. This is a eye-opener that says, at some point you should cut fairly quickly because we can't maintain that customer base. If you look at some of the projections and the ideas that came through, stuff that will come to the council, it came informally to us, you'll see that there's, mathematically, I don't know how you bridge the gap. So that was one observation where I think the CAFR is very helpful, and I just want to thank you guys for putting this stuff together. The other thing that I struggled with is on page 110. Weird chart there. I don't know, do you have it? If you don't, maybe Jason will throw you a lifeline over there. Jason?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a chart there, and it talks about the net position by component, and it's really an evaluation of funds, and then it kind of has like a green section on the far right that like dips way down, and then there's kind of an asterisk all the way at the bottom. I don't understand the comment, and I was just curious. I'm sure Jason or somebody, please give me kind of an idea what that
I can
is.
take the lead, and then Jason can pitch in. But this was a huge effort in implementing GASB 68. It's you hadn't and you couldn't get a liability this actuarial before. So I believe this year it was 10 million that you had in liability. This is a projected liability by an actuarial.
Yeah.
They have different factors: investment, rate of return, your payroll changes. This is between miscellaneous and safety and what your rates are. Prior year, had this GASB 68 been in place, it would have been 13.8. So it's going in the right direction. You're paying it off. But this liability wasn't in your CAFR previously, so that's why it's not really like something you can compare from the prior years, because you weren't supposed to implement this before.
No, but I think, and sorry to interrupt you, and I want you to finish, but I mean, this is the beginning of a really bad CAFR for years until this thing comes back. And this is nothing the council created. Again, I'm thinking like, people that run for office, they look at stuff like this and are like, oh my God, what is this? But back to your original comment, the big thing was the GASB that got changed, and we had to take this thing. And to me, the whole thing, for me, centered on this one page.
Yeah, it does look like a huge dip, but it's, we like to call it's a restatement, but it's a restatement due to change in accounting principle. It's not an error.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see if there was one other thing.
Just real quick, the Fire Authority just went through the same thing, and basically, they have, just for the public's notice, that our unfunded liabilities now have to be put on our financial statements. So this is year one, and like you said, comparing them to past years, we didn't have to do this in the past. So it looks like it was a really negative thing. It's just a different way of reporting it now, and the Fire Authority did the exact same thing, where it's like, what happened? And it caused a lot of public commotion about where'd all the money go.
Yeah. Well, and does that affect the bond standard that's set? Because that's one of the indicators that they use for like Moody's and S&P uses that. I know it's understood, but it's really bad. And so almost like structurally, entire government debt could get downgraded just on the principle of that one GASB, or is it built in now and it's something that's
It's a factor taken into effect. For the city of Los Alamitos, I guess 10 million is about average. I think we audit a CFA too. That was like a larger liability, and there's some like the lowest I've seen is 2 million, but they honestly go up to 100, over 350 million for some. But this is a factor, and it does not affect the bond rating, and especially the refundings, it does not affect that.
Okay.
It does kind of, you have a 4.4 deficit or unassigned fund balance, but I mean, there's a plan, there's a budget in place, and.
Okay. I just think Rich is on the Sand District, and they're flipping $100 million a year in refunding, and their bond ratio can be 1 to 3% affected. I was just curious, Rich, and you may not know off the top of your head, but I would be interested if you could bring it back to us.
Okay, yeah, we haven't gotten this yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You know what, just trying to show mercy. I'm going to stop there. Everything else is just in the category of interesting, and I'm done. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm done.
Anybody else? Thank you very much, and thank you for getting done on time.
Thank you, and thank your staff.
Okay. Mayor and council initiated business. Yes, ma'am?
Can we just get a motion and a second to receive and file?
Oh, okay.
I'll make a motion.
A second.
All in favor?
What was the motion?
Oh, to receive and file.
Receive file.
Aye.
Okay, well, four of us will discuss mayor and council initiated business. One's kind of used all his time already.
It's not Dean.
All right.
Thank you.
Dean, would you like to go first, please?
Sure. Most of the stuff that I'm going to mention is, again, will be on the website, losal.net. back on the 15th of December, and looking back since we've been off for a while, my wife and I have been involved with an annual program at Taft School, which is actually in Santa Ana, for the deaf and hard of hearing. And that program occurred again this year on the 15th. And when you think about youngsters, especially the preschool, that can't hear and are learning to lip read and things of that nature, getting a chance to visit Santa Claus is a huge problem. And so we've been engaged and honored to participate in this program by bringing a signing Santa to this school and working with the youngsters. And there's nothing more warming, especially at the holidays, than the eyes of these kids when they realize Santa Claus can talk to them in the same language that they're accustomed to. And it's just a great program, and I just wanted to mention that. The uniqueness this year is that we did have a student from the sign language program that is being conducted at the high school who joined us. And he's a senior, and he went along, and I'm sure it was a big opportunity for him because he was able to sign with the kids when they would come up and thank Santa Claus. A little gift was given to them and a candy cane. On December the 18th, we had family night at the Joint Forces Training Base. This was a much bigger community event this year. The American Legion Post 716 got together with bringing Santa Claus over to the base. It turned out we had some extra time, so we took Santa Claus over first to CASA and had a chance to talk to the kids that were there at CASA. And the Employer Support for the Guard and Reserve purchased some $20 Target cards and gave those out to each of the kids at CASA. Grateful Hearts did a fabulous job of stepping up for the people. They actually had canned hams, food, bread, everything you needed for a Christmas meal that was given out to the families there. These are family members from the military that are in our area that are pretty much identified as ones that can be struggling a little bit with everything that's going on in our society. So that was just a wonderful opportunity. On the 9th of January of this year, I was pleased to, for the second time, be part of an interview panel for Congressman Alan Lowenthal to interview 22 candidates who were applying for congressional appointment to military academies. And it was a very interesting, the gentleman that was on the panel that I was on was actually from the Coast Guard, and he was lobbying for the Coast Guard Academy because it doesn't require a congressional appointment. But it was very interesting. A couple of other local business people were able to participate as well, and just a great opportunity. So if any of you have interest in doing something like that on a Saturday, I have no problem with passing your name and email off to the congressman in that regard. I did meet with our new chief on January the 13th. He's going to be a good addition to the staff, a good team member, a good participant, and I think he'll pick up. His feelings were very similar to what Todd's are in terms of community involvement and participation, and I'm very pleased that he was the final selection and moving forward. January 14th, and I'll pass a little bit on this to let the mayor talk about it, but we had an opportunity to go over to Cal State Dominguez Hills program that's over in our industrial area that deals with prosthetics and orthotics, a program where they teach students, and I'll let the mayor talk a little further about that. We had ribbon cutting over there, and that was just absolutely great. On the 18th, this past Monday, I had, that was yesterday, I had the opportunity to have lunch with the congressman. We've kind of established an annual lunch at the end of the year every year. We talked a lot about the programs that are going on the Hill, a lot about how, with the Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan, being involved at this particular point has helped a tremendous amount just to bridge the gap, and they're actually getting some things done that has been very beneficial. He's of the feeling that there's party ideology, but the needs of the communities, the needs of the citizens are just as important in that process. That was a very good meeting, and I've developed a good relationship with him, even though our ideology differs. We've agreed to disagree on that. And earlier we talked about the Pulse Point program, and I wanted to mention that I just got a notice. Oops, that was the wrong one. I just got a notice on that, that at 8:52 tonight on Long Beach Boulevard, they had a full arrest with CPR activation for the fire department, and there was one citizen responder that was notified to respond to it. So this system does work. So I, again, just strongly encourage people that know CPR to load down or download the application. I'm excited to see how it begins with Orange County, specifically Division I, as this thing gets more and more used in that particular process. So with that, I'll pass it back to you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, a couple weeks ago, I was able to come to, as all of us did, the police swearing-in of our two newest officers. I'd like to welcome Eric Jeffrey and Bo Behringer to our force. They're very good additions and will get us up almost fully staffed. On Saturday, I worked with our local fire department, and we did another smoke detector installation. This time was at the Royal Oak Mobile Home Park just behind us. We worked in 15 homes and installed 21 smoke detectors and inspected existing detectors. These people were fabulous. I mean, they were just so grateful that somebody got up on a ladder and just tested their battery, because they really have no way of doing that. So I'd like to continue that, and I identify other neighborhoods in our city that could do that. It's a free program. It's put on by Orange County Fire Authority with some of their foundation money, and it's just a great program. They're putting in smoke detectors now that have a 10-year lifespan on them, and you know, they'll put one in every bedroom and one in your main living area. So I think that's just a great program. And we'll gush more about you next week, Chief, but just thank you.
Great.
Alrighty. I'd like to close tonight's meeting and adjourn it in memory of Dean Constantine Zarkos, council member of the City of Los Alamitos from 2009 through 2010. I had an opportunity to join the community on last week for his funeral. As all of us know, Dean had been battling ALS. Was in an election in 2010, was not successful. That following January, was having issues. And it was interesting is that, you know, did a lot of stuff with Dean outside of here, and we'd go hiking in the hills, and he was really having a hard time hiking, and we thought it was just some back problems. And see a chiropractor, and the next thing you know, about 7 months later, it manifested to ALS. And he had a surgery thinking they could fix it. And so, true warrior, 5 years he battled that disease. And from a guy totally upright to the last 2.5 years, really from a bed, and never broke his spirit. And I would just say I'd like to close in his memory tonight, and you know, for his family to just know that he was a great man, and the city really appreciated everything he did for the city. Just a couple other things real fast. The pool transition briefing, I had asked the city manager, I just looking forward to having that on the agenda. Something that I'm interested in potentially, if I get support, to be able to put that on the agenda is, you know, what are we going to do staffing wise if it has an abrupt stop? Is there layoffs? It's mainly part-time? Just things that I'm kind of wondering about, because, you know, we've made a long-term commitment to maintaining a pool that's going to come to a fairly abrupt stop if we can't reach an agreement. And the other thing I was a little bit interested in is that I'd had personally discussions on the base. I know Rich and now Shelley and everybody's had discussions with but it seems like the rules are changing in the presentation where we were going to stay calm through the whole thing until the Olympics and then potentially even let Corey finish off the summer activities so that we can put a program in place all the way through. It seems like now, no, we're going to end and try to do some turnover and do all this stuff. Very unpredictable, and I think in the end, doesn't that still screw up USA Water Polo? And if it's all we care about is the water polo, we're not here to subsidize them. We're here to provide the community services. So hopefully we can just look at all aspects of it. Let's see. The State of the City, just a plug for that coming up on the 2nd of February. The staff's really had interesting perspective and allowed each council member to work with LATV staff and talking about things that are passionate. The subject of that is the future is bright. And Mayor, I just wanted to tell you and the city manager and everybody, thank you for letting the council members be involved other than just being there and at the table and supporting you. I just really felt included in that, and I really appreciated that. Let's see. Yeah, I met with the new police chief, also was with the swearing in of the new police officers. We'd had a budget and finance ad hoc committee since then. Got some really exciting stuff coming with kind of a open.gov or this new reporting that's going to be online showing all the financial information and really taking transparency to the next level. So thank you, City Manager and Jason. We really appreciate all that. And then everybody that texted me during the meeting and telling me that I screwed up on the announcement of the date for so I said that the Americana was on Sunday, the 28th. It's actually on the 27th. So I screwed up there. But the 27th is the most exciting day in Los Alamitos history. So let's recap. Maybe I did that subliminally because the 27th is also Casa Youth Shelter, the night on the town, which is the showing of Wicked at the Segerstrom. So, if you don't go to the Americana and support Tom Lassert, and we go through that process, you can go to the Casa Youth Shelter night on the town at the Wicked at Segerstrom, or if you really want up, and Josh brought up the race on the bases in the morning, and I would say nothing against the AYSO where you get a trophy for participating, but last year and every year we have this kind of like who's going to participate. No one cares about the time, like how long it takes, so we don't have best time. And I'm just wondering, at the end, it's a little anticlimactic. You can show up or phone it in, but you definitely, it would be nice to, to really reward achievement, not just showing up. So anything that you guys can think about. Josh looks like he's in pretty good shape right now, and so maybe there's a little more to this, but I'm definitely interested. And Chief, I hope no matter what, whether we're running in Cypress and race on the base, no matter where you're at, you come back. And I really, really have enjoyed your leadership, the contribution you made to the city, and most of all, our friendship. Thank you. Yeah.
Warren?
Thank you. I'll try to make this real quick. So I did attend the swearing in of the 2 new police officers. I did attend the Cal State Dominguez Hills Orthotics and Prosthetics facility, and it is actually a school, I guess a 4-year curriculum. So Richard, you can talk more about that. I thought it was very fascinating. I did attend the viewing for Dean Zarkos. I wasn't able to make it to the funeral, but I did go there and talk with his family, and it was, just I was really shocked, and thank you, Troy, for, I think that's appropriate to have it close in his honor and his name. And then lastly, I want to thank the city manager and Stephen for the sandbags that you are making available to the community. I was really, thinking that that's something we at least ought to do and provide for at least some coverage in case they need, in case of El Nino is bigger than or as big as I'm predicting. So I know that it's out there in the parking lot. And have you gone through a full load of sand yet? Or?
I don't think so.
Okay, so but it's being taken. I know that. So that's a good sign. So I want to thank you for that. With that, back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to thank, first of all the people who called me and congratulated me on being reappointed mayor and most of them took a chance to say, hey, you get a second chance of getting it right this time. So those are my friends. I know that. After a year on a sanitation district, I actually get to announce a major project that's going to affect Los Alamitos. It's not going to affect us till 2019, but it is going to dig up the corner, the intersection of Catella and Los Alamos Boulevard for a little while. It's going to be a problem. Stephen's already working with them. They're already doing outreach. Was able to attend the 100th birthday of Paulina Boyd. She's in amazing shape. I told her it was the day of the Powerball. I said, you know, if you hit the Powerball on your 100th birthday, you'd be international news, but she wasn't quite so lucky. Did attend this Cal State University Dominguez Hills grand opening of the Orthotics and Prosthetics School. As Dean mentioned, Congressman Lowenthal was there. By a slip-up, I actually was put speaking first, which was not supposed to happen, but he was very gracious about that. Most incredible thing about this is you can actually feel the enthusiasm in that school from the students and the teachers and the alumni. It's really, you know, it's a field that does a lot of good, first of all, and I think that's a great thing to wake up and know you're going to help people. And very selected. There's only 12 schools in the United States, and it's quite a project. And finally, Chief, Grateful City thanks you. We're running out of chances to embarrass you, so I got one big, one last shot. Shelley had also asked that we close in honor of Lloyd Blanchard, 55-year resident who passed away January 13th.
Oh, my God.
And would you like to discuss that?
Yeah, I'll just read it. Lloyd and his wife Pat have called Los Alamitos their home in Suburbia Estates for 55 years. He was a self-made man and owned a company called Piping Specialties. They raised 4 children here and are a proud grandfather to 11 children. He passed away last Wednesday, and both Lloyd and Pat were great community activists, and he will be sorely missed by his neighborhood and his community.
Thank you. Brett?
A lot of these things have been mentioned, but the new chief, Eric Nunez, first day January 25th, and swearing in on the 26th in Community Center at 4:30. The press release will be going out tomorrow morning. Todd Mattern Chief Retirement Party is January 28th, Old Ranch Country Club, 5 o'clock social, 6 o'clock dinner. State of the City, February 2nd at the Joint Forces Training Base, and bring your identification to the gate. That's going to be 11:15 to 1:30. And just one more thanks to Todd and your very last meeting here. And thank you for everything that you've done for the city and for me personally. Appreciate it very much.
With that, we're adjourned. 11:15. Brett, what was the over-under? What did you foolishly propose?
Yeah, I don't even.